Hail to thee, my kindred. I hope you're all having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, and night, wherever and whenever you are. I did not do many things today. Things I probably should have prepared for were not done. Because I am a silly goober. I am silly, I am stupid. It is part of the course, as they say. Or par for the course? I think it's par for the course. Something like that. My nose was clogged up when I woke up from my nap, because I did nap, which is the reason in which I just basically didn't do anything today. I took my nap, and it actually kind of helped to take a nap, because I was hella tired. I was very tired. I did not get to sleep much last night, so a nap was in order. I'm gonna just yap for like an hour maybe, because I was thinking of just getting on with Danganronpa, because I sort of want to keep going on that. I gotta know. I kind of stopped playing at quite literally a cliffhanger moment. Maybe not actually cliffhanger moment, but cliffhanger enough moment for me. And I need to put my phone on the chat screen so that I can read while I do things, because I am working on a different PNG. A little PNG, nothing special, quite literally. It's nothing special, just same old program thing that I used to make this gelato, but I'm just making a different gelato with that same art style. There we go, there's some music in the background for you. You should be able to hear it. I think I'll just go to the returning soon screen when I'm about to show it off, because I'm not gonna try and make a whole little talk animation. I think I'm just gonna make it more simpler for me. Just two pictures. Mouth open, mouth closed. That's it. I don't need to make things more difficult than they already are. I did spill coffee on my hand. That was not pleasant. Not at all. I'm not gonna lie. Shit kinda hurt. How was I doing now? Let me look at all the photos I had. Did I stop the... No, I didn't. There we go. I think I can raise this music a bit. There we go. This song isn't particularly loud or nothing, so, that's fine where it is now, I like to think. I had these versions of Jolly Boy. No, don't pick the whole thing. These were for a specific use. What I needed was this one. How do I do this one? Yeah, I can do this like that. Okay, download that, create a new one. Do it with the mouth open. This won't take too long. It shouldn't take me more than, well, maybe it'll take me a little bit more than 30 minutes. It shouldn't, though. Because, like I said before, I'm not gonna make this one complicated. I think I can just use the normal... Let me see. Yeah, I can use that one. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Where are these two new ones? Refresh? I think I got a refresh, yes. to, what do I call this? W, mouth open? I think this one was the one with the mouth open. Yes, it was. Okay, now let me copy and paste that name so that I can name the other file almost the exact same thing, but not the exact same thing. There we go. I also have to do the one with the raised eyebrow, which is gonna take a bit. What program do I want to use? Because some programs just really fuck with the edges of the damn thing, and it bothers me when it does that. Because I don't know why. It shouldn't do that. But then it does, and it's like, damn. Let me see, I don't got anything that'll show my screen, right? I still need to figure out why the chat is fucked up on my OBS. Not like chat that shows up for you guys on the stream, but chat on the OBS itself, the little chat panel. It's just not working. It's just not working. I don't know why. Let me get rid of this. I also don't know if I'm going to be streaming for longer today. Maybe, maybe not. It really does depend. Jolly Boy does know that it is a Friday. Let's see. I need something that removes backgrounds without causing much of an issue. Let's test this out. I do think it fucks with the lines a little bit. Let me close in on that. Maybe not. Oh, I see. How big are the photos themselves? I forgot to check that. Because that does affect the... If it downsizes the damn thing, yeah, no wonder. Ah, okay, these ones are 600. And then that means this one is... Okay, so I need to unlock the fucking thing. Okay. Let's see if we can do that. Oh, I see. I see. That costs money. They want me to spend money. Let's see if this one does it without any bullshit. Oh, that removes a whole lot more. Than I wanted it to remove. That's what you get for using Adobe's own thing, I guess. Let's see. Is there a way I can fix this up? Can I edit the image anyway? I don't think so. Darn. Add content, add background, add stock image? No. Let's see if this one I could do something. Can we refresh and maybe it'll redo the photo? Is that maybe the way I could do this? I forgot which image it was that I wanted to edit. Right. Those. Those images. Let's see if it does it a little bit better this time around. Nope. It just kinda does the same thing. That's unfortunate, because the parts where it doesn't do the chicanery actually does, you know, remove the background pretty well. Without fucking with the actual image. Oh, that bad? At all. Do I have to use like a manual thing? Oh, now it won't let me back out of this? Okay. Let me look up some other thing that might be useful to me. This one better work better. I kinda doubt that it will. Not all of them are perfect, per se. Okay, this one seems to do okay. Can I zoom in on the... What is this? Oh, that's the... Okay, I see. Edit the image. No, okay, that's not what I want. This one's gonna watermark my shit. Maybe I can't do the brow raised. Oh well. I'm looking at the playlist right now. Doesn't seem like a like a good one. It's got a lot of random shit that I don't really listen to. I'm gonna have to manually select a couple of songs here and there. But I'll do that later on. Later. For now, just keep looking for... Man, they always have to make these things a little difficult to use, don't they? Yeah, this one fucks up things even more. Let me see, can I get a trial run on Canva real quick? Is that what this is gonna take? Cause all I gotta do is remove the little background thing. I don't even know if I can do that. Hold on, position. Add page, duplicate page, lock page. Well, I know my image doesn't have a background to it. I'm just trying to make the background itself something that is not there. I hate this sometimes. Yeah, it doesn't seem like I can really... What about in the color changer thing? Edit. Default colors, gradients. Add a new color. That's not really gonna help either. Hmm. All this, and I can't change it up the way I wanted to. Maybe I can just keep looking for another background remover. Maybe. Oh yeah, I was gonna do a thing. I forgot. There we go. Let's go today. I had to put on my like sorta very woolly hoodie today so that I can take a nap. Gosh darn, it was just a little rough. And I did fall asleep. It was kind of good. Pretty good sleep. At least in my opinion. Better than the usual. Hmm. I see. Okay. So this trademarks on the thing itself. Can I do it myself then, manually? Because even though that would take a long ass while. Oh well, if I can't do it with that, then I won't. Let's see. Go back here. Take care of that. How was I doing? Did I already name these? Yes, I did. I think I technically have all the ones that I would want. Right. I know what to do. I need one more expression, really. I need an unhappy expression, so let me make that one a thing. This is good enough. That would be, I don't even know how many expressions I have right now on on the thing. That's like 4 pictures per expression, so. Let's see. This one, this one. Uh, this one works fine enough, I guess. Random musical song, let's go. Just cause, why not? Why not? Peanut butter. I don't know where I got that one from. But it came from somewhere. My tummy rumbling, and I don't know why. Did I download the picture? I kind of forgot to check. Refresh. Let's see. One, two. No. Okay, I need to actually download it and not keep all of these. Every time I pop up an image for one of the PNG pictures, it's like I forget that I need to X out of it. Alright. Download that one. Do I have a sillier one? Let me see this. That's kind of alright. I'm just making a lot of noises and going, uh-huh, yeah, that's good. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my god. I feel like stretching around so much, dude. Either that or just cuddling or something. I need to just cuddle my pillow. Oh, my bones. My bones, my wretched bones. Kind of want my coffee right now, but it's still too hot. Probably. Probably. And let me look at all the expressions I've got right now on my damn thing. I need to rename. Not rename. Well, yeah, rename actually. What am I talking about? Okay. That's like the tedious part, is renaming all the files so that you know which one is what. 2 eyes closed. Mouth. Cough. I think I'll call it that. This one is basically the same, so let me copy and paste. Paste here as well. Except this one is eyes open, and then mouth open as well. You know, I forgot the keybinds for copying and pasting. I knew them a long time ago, but I don't remember them anymore. That's correct, right? Yes. Yes, it is. Gosh, there's so many pictures. Let's see, how many do I got in total just to make this work? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19? Yeah, okay, 19. 19. Oh yeah, because I don't need... I didn't need to make like 2 more with the other expression, I guess. You know what song I didn't play that I probably should play because it's a Friday? And one Friday night song from Yakuza. Just once. One singular time. My head itches, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna scratch it though, because it never really helps. I think it's just like the headphones kind of messing with my head a little bit. Not literally, but I don't know. Wearing these headphones sometimes, yeah, it's a problem. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Is there anything interesting going on? Now that I basically got all of those things down the way I want them. Hmm. I don't think anything's really happening today to be talked about. Oh my god. Let's see over here. My nose is like better not start leaking out of nowhere. Because I am not chill with that. Oh, yikes. Alright, well, that's something. And apparently, Mr. Hassan himself got called out on a what is it? Times Magazine article? I don't know which Times Magazine. Over, over some tragedy that occurred recently. Or at least that's what the article's about. Hmm. There was an update on that whole Cataline, I don't know what her name is, Cat Liente gal when it came to, apparently she's, wait, has been sitting on Dokibird docks for more than 2 months? Hmm. Okay. Apparently, according to this person, this is evidence that, her holding onto these was evidence of a deliberate attempt to smear Doki Bird and shows even more malicious intent. Which, that is how it is when non VTubers try to talk shit about VTubers. And apparently, Cat is obfuscating facts about the the conversion pricing with PC Art Picker site itself has a conversion function. Hmm. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know the full extent of that. I kind of have been annoying. I mean, not annoying. I mean, I guess I am annoying, but I've been ignoring quite a bit of drama recently because it just has not caught my interest. If I'm being fair, it has not caught my interest. Let's see. Oh, some guy's apparently tweaking out on Twitch. Mike from PA, who's apparently telling his audience to attempt a citizen's arrest, which is a wild thing to tell people. I don't think you're really allowed to do that. What's this other thing? Da 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 da. Let's see. Nanoless, so-called laughable barrier. Language barrier just means she didn't want to reach out and have an actual conversation. Da 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 da. Apparently, there's a little bit of drama when it comes to Iron Mouse's. I guess I don't know if this is her most. I don't think this is her most recent anything. Hold on, 7/31/24. That was a long time ago. Let's see. Isn't Nanoless that same guy person that was involved in the whole Cinder thing? I think that was them. I don't know if it's a gal or a guy. Oh, this is it right here. She. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Somebody posting something about. Let's see here. This one's kinda interesting. This person says, I don't like the VTubing quote unquote community as a whole is going, or where VTubing quote unquote community is a whole, where they are going as a whole, I guess is what they meant to say. Being edgy and controversial is being meta for quick growth, and people are starting to one up each other. They might pretend and act it as a joke, but any community that gets its gags bin by pretending being brain dead eventually get flooded by actual brain dead people thinking they are in good company. Sure, I guess that's kinda true. And that is certainly what some people are doing. But I think it's rather easy to tell the people who are just saying things and the people who mean those things. Or maybe it isn't. You never know these days. Some people are pretty dumb. And then they expand on this by saying, who's this person? Hold on. Okay, their account is just suspended. Let me see what this says. You know, idiot Riri Gaki being hit by unironic racist by calling her a fake cell and a something is kinda where I was going when I said if you fool by being an idiot, you will invite unironic brain dead people thinking they are in good company. I wish nothing bad towards her, and I hope she can get her account back. Huh. Is this little video? Why is this TikTok video? This TikTok video is like, oh, we're visiting an American, what do they call it? An American freaking maid cafe, and it's just Hooters. Which, I mean, close enough, I suppose. Close enough. What does that tough hashtag salmon boy hail to thee? I don't know what that means though. I got no clue what you're trying to tell me right now. But welcome. How are you doing? Just talking about random things today, or at least for the next couple of minutes. I was supposed to be doing something. That's like a thing I was supposed to be doing. I don't know whether to do that right now or finish it later. Oh, another person. What's your best anime laugh? Hmm. I can't say I have one. Best anime laugh. No, that just sounds like an old man who's like having a. That sounded like an old man having a rough time. Hold on. Give me a second. I think I can lock in. If I lock in, maybe I can pull something off. What does even that sound like? You've got a great roar. Do ya? Do ya though? I mean, I would say show me, but you know, I can't exactly hear ya. The best roar I've got is just. That's it. That's the best I got. This song is Heat. It is. It's pretty damn good. But how are you two? What are you two doing? How's your day been so far? Mine's been pretty damn boring. I took a nap. That's the highlight of my day. Just a decent nap. It was pretty cold though, so I had to layer up kinda good. Which is weird because it's like the middle of spring. So I don't know why I got cold all of a sudden. Pixel Grim. Oh my goodness, there are. Why is there so many people all of a sudden entering here? I'm getting a little worried. You're tired? I understand that. Can we do a bark off? What's your meow like? What's my meow like? Let's see. I got this. Meow. That's it. That's the best meow. And as for a bark off, I mean, I'd be the only one barking, so would it even be fair on me if I'm the only one barking? TS stuff? TS tough. Somebody said that. Tough. Tough. What is this tough stuff? What's going on? You're barking at your monitor right now. That's... I mean, I suppose I can try. Excuse me if my bark may seem a little small doggish. It's not the best, but I try. I'm gonna try. That's the best I can do. I can't. That's all. That's all I've got in me, man. I got that dog in me, but that dog might be a few sizes too small. Oh goodness. You are an alpha. Thank you, Pixel. Thank you very much. Man, my nose feels like it's just leaking, and I can't tell whether it's gonna be leaking blood in a second or just leaking normal. So I hope it's just normal leaking. You guys just ever randomly bleed? I sometimes do. I don't know why that happens. I feel like my body is just like randomly at random points just decide to not have a nice. I just had a brain aneurysm. My bad. But yeah. Damn, I was supposed to be doing something. I just completely forgot about it. It's gone. Whatever that, like it was right there. My brain is telling me I had to do something, and it's in the forefront of my mind. But now it's no longer there. Hmm. Damn it, nose. I'm gonna have to skedaddle to the bathroom in a couple of minutes. Let's see what else is going on Twitter. Twitter is just being Twitter, I think, as usual. Is this? No way, they... Where in the world is this? This better not be Times Square. If it is, then... My goodness, vote for Dodo. Who the hell is Dodo, and why are they showing this very goofy-ass thing? Let's see. Scroll, scroll, scroll. What in the world are those baby hedgehogs? I've never seen baby hedgehogs in my life. What the fuck? I mean, I guess they look like what you would expect them to, kinda. Yo, Knuckles, hail to thee. How are ya doing? I think I got like randomly visited by 3 random fellows for a second. And that was a little odd. But how are you doing, Knuckles? How are you doing? I'm just looking at this video of like baby hedgehogs, which is they're just like a normal hedgehog except like pink and small, and they have the spikes just like a normal hedgehog. Doing good? That's great to hear. I was kind of working on like another PNG using the same, the same little website thing that I used to make this one. But then I kind of stopped. I would have to like actually disappear for a few seconds so that I could smack it together. Other than that, I was just scrolling through Twitter just trying to see if there's anything interesting going on. The answer is kind of not really. Except Dodo. Dodo is apparently just everywhere now. Whoever or whatever Dodo is. I was planning on playing that Danganronpa game I was playing yesterday again today at the end of this hour, because what else is a man to do? Other than that, not really sure what to do on this Friday. There's a picture, not a picture, it's a drawing of a frog full of soup. It's an interesting little drawing. Damn, how am I? Let me see. Nope. Would you consider a Hooters to be an American-made cafe? Because there's a funny little TikTok video apparently where they just go to a Hooters calling it an American-made cafe. And I feel like that's close enough. Nothing interesting there. I want to toss a rock. I want to pick up the heaviest rock around and just kind of toss that thing. But I don't have any rocks nearby. Quite unfortunately. I feel like it'd be cool to have a rock. I need a rock collection. Just random rocks. I feel like we talked about rocks. Yes, we did. When you were around, I talked about not eating them. Why do rocks keep coming up every time you're around? Damn, there's nothing interesting on the internet today. that. It's a Friday. There should be interesting things going on. Did I not switch profiles on this thing? I did not switch my profiles apparently on my YouTube, even though I never did in the first place, so I don't know why it's on that profile. I feel like my shoulder hurts, and I can't tell why. It's just randomly decided to make itself known by making me feel some kind of pain in there. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice of my shoulder to just randomly be in pain? When I was a little younger guy, random story. When I was a little guy, I saw somebody go into a fridge and they pulled out a lemon because they had to move it out of the way, right? It may have been a lime. And I was so convinced I could eat that like a normal orange. I told them, hey, give me that thing. And they're like, what thing? And I'm like, that thing that you were holding. And they look at the lime in their hand and they're like, this is like sour, right? And I'm like, yeah, but that's okay. I like sour stuff. Which, was kind of a lie because I just wanted to like eat what I thought was just a green orange. And they handed it to me. They were like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'm sure, 100%. And I was, promptly proven wrong about my sureness by, the reaction I gave the moment I bit into the damn thing. Which, goes to show ya. maybe listen to the elders when they tell you this thing is not a thing you're gonna like. I still remember how nasty it was. Bunny eating us. What the hell is that guy eating? Oh, a dandelion. I don't know why it took me so long to recognize what a dandelion is. I don't think I've seen like a dandelion without its poofiness in a while. Actually, it's been too long. Hmm. Nothing much is happening. I'm sorry about that. I'm just kind of like focusing on too many little things at once without good reason too, which is funny. Just going from thing to thing. My attention is just split around a little. Okay, let me put this away because I'm not using that anymore. Let me put that away because I don't know why I even opened up that tag in the first place. Not supposed to be doing that. put this away as well. May as well just get on with the game. May as well. Let me just make sure no song just decides to play. I did pause it. Good. Good. Let's head over here. Because I kind of want to know what goes on in the rest of this damn game. How do you spell that? I never can figure out how to spell freaking Danganronpa. That shit's tough. Shit's like 50 letters long. I don't even know what the word means. There we go. I gotta pull up the actual game. I have to make sure the volume's not killing my ears like it did last time when I just immediately turned on the game. Made it exist. Blasted music right into my ears. Last I remember, what were we doing? Our character just freaked the hell out. Went to the door, got shocked, basically just passed the hell out. That was a little wild. Don't know why they got shocked the moment they got to the door, but it is what it is. I suppose. Alrighty, new game, no, load game. And let me just make sure it's on the screen correctly. That is the case. Did I switch things up on Twitch? Yes, I did. Alrighty. Which save file? Prologue, yep, this one. Right, we're waking up Echo, which I still don't know why anybody would name their child Echo. Echo Pine. That's the name of our main character in this fan game. And it's pretty good, to be fair, for a fan game so far. I've been pretty... I mean, the art style's pretty nice. Music, music needed to be turned down quite a bit, but outside of that, it's pretty nice. Okay, we really opened my eyes. I was in bed, back in my personal room. Who brought us here? Was it Canon, whose name is quite literally like the camera company Canon, but instead of a C, it's a K? I needed to mention that, because I still find that to be ridiculous. Or so I thought. Okay, we are not in a room? Or did somebody get placed with us in our room? Forte was reclining in a love seat at the corner of his room, combing over what looked like sheets of music. I was in Forte's room. I mean, we don't know that. Just because the guy's in here doesn't mean we're in his room. We could just be in the room with him. You're awake. He set the leaflet down before approaching me with an offering of water. I graciously accepted the cup and gathered my thoughts. My right hand was tingly. Well, I mean, you kind of just got electrocuted. And after gaining my composure, I managed to croak out a question. Forte, what happened to me? I'm curious, that's what I would like to know. Huh? What do you mean? Well, after the welcome announcement, I inspected the jazz club, but was quickly uninterested in the venue. I went downstairs to retreat to my personal quarters for the afternoon, but was promptly stopped at the foot of the stairs by Cannon. She said you collapsed at the foot of the foyer's front doors. Okay, there's no way that Cannon did not see me just get electrocuted. Come on, there's no way that didn't happen. She was right there. She saw me run off to the door. Or she saw Echo, I should say. She saw Echo run off to the door and, like, grab the damn thing. Ain't no way she doesn't know. Cannon told me to keep an eye on you and quickly left. I scoffed. How considerate of her to have someone else take care of me. But why you collapsed, she did not say. It came back to me. I wasn't behaving clearly. Yeah, I remember now. I was talking to Cannon in the foyer, but I felt a need to escape and was electrocuted when I grabbed the foyer door handle. Electrocuted? Forte was appalled. I, on the other hand, felt nothing. I took another sip of water and I closed my eyes. I felt wildly fatigued. Forte looked at me with a concerned silence for a few minutes. Echo, it might not be my place to say, but you shouldn't feel a need to escape. We're all being generously treated with a safe location to relax in, away from danger. No, you don't understand. I don't have an ultimate talent like the rest of you. My head dropped in shame, regret, humiliation. I still don't understand why Echo tweaked the hell out about that. The fact that everybody else seemingly has a talent, and then we don't. It's like, would it just been chill? I don't have any skills or talents to offer to the world. Not only that, we still don't know what danger that one announcer, I assume it's an automatic system, is just talking about. Like, what danger is the world in that we're in here? Especially since Echo doesn't remember anything about getting here or being put here or nothing. And apparently there was who was it? Art, which is a golfer. Art did mention that he signed up for the program, and that's about as much as I remember. So, in theory, we all signed up for the program? The something preservation project. I may have literally been called preservation project. He felt silent again. Be that as it may, you still are a peer who shouldn't feel outcast from the rest of the group. You must be with us for a reason. I gazed into the water cup blankly. Come, the rest of the group is in the dining hall. I believe they are just starting dinner. Forte placed a firm hand on my shoulder before offering his hand to help me out of bed. I complied quietly. The dining hall was fully occupied by our small class. Right, our quote-unquote class has 10 people in it. This is Art, very happy fellow. Hey, there you are. Art waved at me from the end of the table as I entered the dining hall, causing everyone's heads to turn. Does everybody else know? That's my question. Does everybody else know that I just got electrocuted? Well, I guess not electrocuted, unless Cannon told everybody else, but not Forte. I assume not. Ashley and Pandora quickly ran to my side. Oh, misclick. Oh, what happened to you? Are you okay? Folks, please, allow Echo to have a seat before bombarding any questions. And the rest of the class paused their dinner as Forte helped me to an open seat by Ashley. Cannon wasn't at the table, rather, she was standing next to the entryway. She must have noticed me looking at her and turned away once more. Before I could confront her about what happened in the foyer, Missy placed a pork cutlet meal before me. Ashley wouldn't stop fretting in concerns to your well-being, so I took the liberty of getting a meal ready for you whenever you decided to calm down. This is just what I needed. How did you know? I didn't. Perhaps I was just lucky. Missy shrugged in indifference, but I saw her mouth turn a small grin. She seemed satisfied with having pleased me. I gave her a small smile back and helped myself to a small portion to regain my energy. Missy is a quote-unquote ultimate strategist of the political kind, apparently. Ashley is Echo's best friend, ultimate jockey, which is a horse rider, I guess. There's Cannon, who's the ultimate photographer. There's Forte, who I think is the ultimate opera singer. Who else? Who else do I need to remember? The other gal, who's French and is the ultimate baker. There's like 10 people I gotta remember, or I guess 9, but I don't remember all of them. Probably when they show up I'll remember. There was one that was the ultimate puzzle solver, something of that nature. Our little community had dinner together. Conversation lightly touched on everyone's mutual awareness of the preservation project. There was a charismatic guy. I guess his thing is ultimate charisma. It was a project in which ultimate students who signed up would be placed under protective custody to preserve their skills to benefit the future. Similar stories of talent discovery arose. Certain students grew up in an environment where all they knew was that particular skill, yet they still rose to super excel beyond the wildest expectations. There's one that's like a watchmaker. I forgot what the title for her was. I, of course, had no place in the dialogue. I paid no specific attention to the chatter, my mind going blank with white noise whenever the topic of ultimate talents came up. As we all finished our meals, Missy and Cyrus offered to pick up the dishes as everyone else restlessly waited to hear what had happened to me. Echo, you have no idea how worried I was. Ashley was holding my hand tightly. Ash, if you're feeling up to it, would you mind talking about what happened? This is the Baker Gala. I glanced over at Cannon next to the entryway. Her face was an iron mask. Well, I was feeling tired from running around the mansion exploring, so after the welcome announcement in the second floor auditorium, atrium, not auditorium. Atrium, I decided to go back to my personal room for a nap. Going down the foyer, I was curious about the front door. Okay, so we're not gonna tell them that we just had a little freak out session. I wanted to go outside, so naturally I grabbed the door handle but was electrocuted by it. Forte found me collapsed and carried me back to his room to rest. You were electrocuted by the door handle? Perhaps we should investigate. What? And get ourselves electrocuted? Of course not. I simply want to inspect the door handle for any suspicious mechanisms. We should also check the floor maps again to see if there are any other similarly rigged exits. And what would this accomplish? It would ensure our safety so that nothing like this happens again. But our safety as ultimate students in the Preservation Project safe house has already been compromised by the existence of such a trap. The group fell silent. Cyrus was right. It seemed as if we had already fallen into some kind of trap the moment we awoke. So we're just going to do nothing? Cannon's indifferent voice broke the silence. Cannon's right. We shouldn't sit idly after our friend Echo was put in danger. We ought to investigate, if not as an insurance measure, but to get to the bottom of the trap that caused such harm. The group agreed and went their separate ways to search for clues, because that's always a good thing to do. I suppose there isn't like some random murderer around as far as we know. Just traps, potentially. But before anyone could get very far, an announcement rang in. It is now 9 p.m. Nighttime will begin at 10 p.m. Facilities will be closed until 7 a.m. the next morning. Even the darkest night will end and the sun will rise. It seems like we'll just have to suspend the investigation until tomorrow. There's no use in wandering about aimlessly in the dark. I suggest you all rest up. I realize that the situation is dire, but please do your best to save your energy for tomorrow. Sounds like a plan. We shall meet here tomorrow morning for breakfast and discussion. Eesh, some first day, huh? One by one, everyone filtered out of the dining hall, low, concerned murmurs filling the corridors. Yeah, I'd be friggin' worried too, bro. like, we're in a place, and the first person to try and get out just gets freaking electrocuted for it. Ashley stopped me back in the dining hall as the last few left. Look, Echo, I'm sorry if you felt hurt that I didn't tell you about my talent. Huh? How did you know? I'm your best friend, aren't I? I can tell when you're distraught. It was after the special welcome announcement I noticed you were off. It must have been difficult, feeling like you don't belong. I admit, it's all been awfully overwhelming. I never meant to keep it from you. It just... I feel like being involved with me could only ever cause trouble. Why? Why do you say that? Not the horse racing aspect, but the ultimate student status aspect. To get tied up with such intense people could only amount to ultimate levels of trouble. Ash, you know I'm your friend, though, through and through. Now, I don't think being friends with Ashley Westbridge Horse Girl is any trouble at all. Ashley giggled. I love you, Echo. You really are a good friend. Of course. I love you too. Suspicious. I actually don't know what I'm suspicious about, but I'm suspicious about something. We made our way back to the living quarters hall and said our goodnights. Before entering my room, I saw Art and Lyle lingering in the halls. Hey, you two, is something wrong? Nope, in fact, we're having a strategy meeting. Strategy meeting? Art asked me if perhaps our being locked in the mansion status is a big puzzle. Think about it, escape rooms exist, so maybe this mansion is just one giant escape room. I mean, we do have the puzzle guy right there. I admit it's not impossible, and it does sound interesting, right? So, what do you think? I'm not sure yet. I have a feeling it's some convoluted ARG scheme. ARG? Alternate reality game. It's a type of game that is interacted with through different media experiences, whether it's be online or in real life. Tasks range from decrypting audio logs on a website to doing something odd like cleaning up local cemeteries. I see. Given those examples, it's possible that defuse an electrocuting door could be added to that list of tasks, right? Well, they're typically employed to the public to boost attention for a product. What the product is in our scenario, I'm not certain. And if this is an ARG, there must be a puppet master that's setting these things up, much like an escape room's game master. An escape room and an ARG sound pretty similar in terms of involvement and puzzle solving. I suppose they're not entirely different entities. Wow, you got it all figured out already. Puzzles are my strong suit. I said goodnight and left Art and Lyle to conclude their strategy meeting as I returned to my personal room. Well, I mean, I guess this makes sense, because when you think about what each of their talents are, there isn't a inherently... Because there's, different rooms in the building for, more obvious things. But then again, it's there's a jazz room, and nobody hears Well, I guess there's Forte, who's, he's an opera guy, though. He's not an instrument guy. I was gonna say, there's rooms here that don't match with the talents of people, so maybe there are things that involve the building itself that were meant for some of the talents, but then again, maybe that's just me speculating a little too much on how much they're accommodating everybody in this supposed preservation project. I felt the mental and physical exhaustion hit me all at once as I let myself collapse onto the bed. Amimir. To think I'd be stuck in a luxury mansion with super talented students. My life before this moment had hardly been as eventful as this single day. I'll live a rather average life with as little trouble as one could hope for. It was almost utopian in a sense. I never thought it boring or repetitive. It was like my mundane life caused me to be a little more worrisome than any other person, as a will to keep everything the same going forward. However, the strange situation threw me in a state of disarray. I was wholly out of my element. Above all, I couldn't help but feel guilty for making Ashley worry. Whatever it is I found myself in, I clearly didn't have a place. Maybe we're the ultimate average person. Maybe that's our thing. We're just extremely average. Nothing special. Nothing at all. Could be a thing. You never know. What a title that would be. Ultimate Average Guy. I sigh heavily. I should get some proper rest. The room was mysteriously fixed with a few set of my clothing in the closet of the personal bathroom. I let my body relax under the repetitious rhythm of a warm shower. Crawling under the weighty covers, I turned down the lights and let my eyes slowly drift closed. Tomorrow, whatever we're going to discover, or I read that incorrectly. I think it said whatever whatever were we going to discover. There we go. Let me screenshot this. What's in the middle? And there's us with not a candelier, I think they called those. I opened my eyes at the sound of the alarm. In my personal room, I sat up from the bed and took in the surroundings. So, the events of yesterday weren't part of some kind of strange dream. My personal room that I initially thought was luxurious and comfortable now felt oppressive. It wasn't mine, it couldn't be, since this mansion we found ourselves in was for ultimate students. I was reminded of my mediocrity and let my head fall back on the pillow. I don't want to see anyone. I grumbled and drew the covers over my head, uselessly trying to will away the shame of yesterday. Knock knock. I heard Ashley's muffled voice through the door. Good morning, Echo. Just coming to check on you. No, just give me a minute. I'll be out. I'll be right out. Will we though? Yes, we will. Because then the story doesn't go anywhere. I'm surprised we're still in the dialogue section. Maybe I shouldn't be, considering it's this kind of game. How long is this game gonna be? That's kind of... that's a question I have. After getting properly dressed, I met Ashley outside my door in the living quarters hallway. Good morning, Ash. We walked casually down the hall to the foyer. You slept all right last night? Yeah, I slept all right considering. I hope you're not feeling too down by this whole situation. I'm still coming to terms with it, but I'm feeling a little better after getting rest. And besides, everyone has been really nice. That's good to hear. You've always been good at bouncing back. Well, hopefully we don't find a dead body, but we are in the prologue, so I don't think we should. There's always somebody that dies in these kinds of games. In the foyer, we were met with two other students loitering outside the dining hall. Sorry, I'm not a morning person. Neither am I, but I'm really curious about the door. The door seems scary. Good morning, say, Lyle. Good morning. Let's investigate to our best ability, yeah? You seem better, Echo. Nothing a good night's rest can't take care of. True that. Yeah, morning. It's weird. I'd be having dinner right about now, but I'm waking up instead. Huh? What do you mean? One of my watches is set to my hometown time, and it says it's 7:43 p.m. Sunday, 6th of December. Okay, that's a date. I don't know if we should keep that in mind. And it's weird that the clock... Oh, one of the watches set in... Does she have watches in her room? We know Canon has what do they call it? A Polaroid camera. Nobody else has had a thing in their room that is theirs, though. Other than Canon, so this is interesting. 7:43 p.m.? That's a 12-hour difference from now. Oh, the date checks out. I was just thinking that the winter solstice will be coming up in about 2 weeks or so. Assuming we're somewhere westward from Say's date, today would be Saturday. I guess since we're all from different places, the time for certain people would be a little different. Even so, all alarms were set to the same current time, so we'd eventually end up in a uniform schedule, right? Yeah, like recovering from jet lag. A bit unfortunate for those with larger time differences, though. Winter is too cold, but the new year is fun. I agree. Winter, too cold. Let me drink from my cafe a little bit. In the dining hall, the familiar warm aroma of fresh bread wafted through the room, my senses swathed in comfort. Pandora placed a basket filled to the brim with freshly baked delicacies at the center of the dining table. Good morning, you two. You've been working hard, huh? Of course, I had to get an early start if I wanted to indulge you all with some treats to begin the morning. I felt a sweet and savory fragrance seep into my body, the warmth of a sun-kissed, dewdrop-covered morning. The smell alone was sublime. Bread. I love bread a little too much. I do try to not eat as much carbs as, I guess on average people do. But I did kind of break that rule this morning. I ate a lot of cereal. What was it? Honey Bunch something, I think the brand was? I just wanted some cereal. It was a while since I've had cereal, so I just indulged a little. And by a little, I mean just grabbed this like big gray bowl that I have and just filled a little over half of that thing with cereal. Such a lovely setting. Yeah, it would be a shame to eat it. Almost. We wouldn't be doing Pandora justice if we didn't enjoy it. You're too kind. Help yourself. That's alright. We'll wait for the others. I sat at the dining table with Ashley and waited patiently for the rest of the class to arrive. The rest of the class filtered in and we began to help ourselves to Pandora's treats, as well as beverages provided by the automated menu. After we all settled in, Missy stood at the head of the dining table to begin the discussion. Good morning, all. I trust you all have had a good night's rest. Our topic this morning will consist primarily of the problematic nature of the foyer's front doors. We will also be investigating the rest of the mansion for any other exits that might have a similar mechanism keeping us from going outside. You may split into groups or investigate as individuals, but if you find anything at all, please utilize the digital kiosk found in the room you're in to relay a message. I did not know the kiosks could do that. Relay a message? The digital kiosk can do that? See, me and Neko are on the same wavelength. We got no clue about anything here. Yes, I discovered it with Cyrus before we retired to our rooms last night. As it turns out, the digital screens are not just for displaying maps or the specified function it provides in its resident home. Its functions are a remote messaging system between all the digital kiosks in the mansion. For example, it can be used to communicate between the front door to the first floor to the second floor, and we can assume further floors as we gain access to them. I forgot we also didn't gain access to all the floors. Do we know how many floors there are? We know there's a first, second, and obviously third floor, but I don't know if there's more floors than that. Curious. It's a rather rudimentary feature though. One would scan their bracelet on all screens across the mansion to unlock the feature and type using the on-screen keyboard. You cannot send to specific recipients, however. Once you complete and send a message, it will show up on the screen for about 2 minutes before deleting itself. Oh, okay. I feel like a system like that would be kind of interesting in like some pseudo sci-fi setting where the technology's different. Where it's like, oh yes, you want to send a message, you have to do it at this specific kind of machine and it'll send it to every one of those specific kinds of machines. And that is rather rudimentary, like kinda basic. It's just like, ah yes, post a message, everybody can see it as long as they go to a kiosk, which means that somebody has to be at one at all times in order to see the message and relay that to other people. Because I don't think, well, there is a kiosk, I think there's a kiosk in every room, so that shouldn't be much of a problem, I think. Or at least if you want to access certain things. For the most part, the messaging system is used to translate the voice announcement to text for those who are hard of hearing. Okay, so we have the overhead speakers that'll also just straight up shout whatever message. The mansion truly is all-encompassing in its endeavors to accommodate all. This does mean that people could, in theory, use it to not falsify messages, but send false flag messages. That's what I meant to say. And that is precisely why we must investigate the reason the mansion itself would cause its residents harm. The group unanimously agreed. The meeting concluded as we finished breakfast. And everyone decided to split up and search one room themselves. While I was still deciding where to go, Lyle approached me. Hey Echo, would you mind coming with me to investigate the foyer doors for a moment? Huh? Why me? Because you were the one who experienced the shock firsthand. I was wondering if we could go back and retrace your steps to find clues along the way. I guess we could, but in all honesty, there's not a lot to retrace, I don't think. Nonsense, there's no harm in a second look with a fresh pair of eyes, yeah? You might see something different this time around. I suppose. In the foyer, Missy was already doing her own investigating, intently staring at the walls. So, what exactly were you doing yesterday? I thought carefully about what I was going to say. I didn't want to tell anyone that I had been worrying about not having a talent, which led to me reaching for the door handle in the first place. And I thought I'd be outcast if others knew I wanted to run away. After the welcome announcement, I was feeling a little tired from running around earlier that day, so I went back downstairs to my personal room. And? Like I said at dinner last night, in passing, I was curious about the door and wanted to go outside. Yeah, is that so absurd a reason to want to reach for the door? Well, no need to get defensive. I was just wondering if you saw anything suspicious along the way. Suspicious. Cannon immediately came to mind. Forte said she just left me collapsed for him to take care of. Why did she flee after I collapsed? I can't really think of anything at the moment. I guess I'll have to dig a little deeper in the scene of the crime. Thanks, Echo. I'll investigate on my own from here. I don't know that I helped all that much, but you're welcome. Yeah, Cannon, I think she's just a little bit too antisocial. A little too much, you know, if you're gonna leave a whole ass person just pass the hell out for somebody else to take care of. Lyle went over to the door and inspected the surroundings, carefully tracing the panel for any hidden mechanisms. In the meanwhile, I was curious. I wondered if Forte could help me figure out what went on with Cannon's disappearing act. I always want to say Cannon's name differently. Forte was surprisingly in the theater, inspecting the backstage area. Hello, Echo. Doing well, I hope. A little worried about the electrocuting door, but fine nonetheless. Excellent! I wish for you to keep your spirits high despite the scare. Do you need any assistance? I shall offer my services. Yeah, about that. I wanted to ask you about yesterday. I keep right-clicking on accident. My mouse is getting a little weird where every now and again, when I left-click, it also right-clicks at the same time. I thought you might want to know more. However, the truth is that so. What I told you yesterday is all the information I have. I see. I admit I didn't expect much more than what he told me. The story seemed straightforward enough, especially considering the emergency. Maybe you could tell me if you noticed anything odd? Forte paused. I suppose there was the trifling fact that Cannon fled up to the second floor right away. It's strange, had I been so startled by such an event, I might have retreated back to my quarters on the first floor instead. Upstairs, huh? After then, other than Cannon fleeing, I can't particularly think of anything to note. I suppose the whole ordeal was quite frightening. I'm sorry, Echo. I know it's a dire situation, but honestly, I'm not particularly equipped for this sort of thing. The mental hoops and note-taking required of an investigation are much too overwhelming. And that's okay. I appreciate the thought. And actually, that little tidbit helps. Does it now? Bravo for figuring something out. He seems like a nice chap. You should have seen this guy earlier. This guy was arguing with Lyle, the puzzle guy, about like a painting that was on the stage. Because it's like an abstract painting, and he was arguing it was an elephant. The other guy was just like, oh, I just told him I saw a dog, just for the sake of a conversation. And they were just going back and forth. I made my way through the foyer, past an intensely focused Lyle and Missy, and up the stairs to the second floor. At the top of the stairs, I saw the digital kiosk light up, displaying a message on the screen. Oh, Art Campapiano. Hi, climbing center. just Art being silly. Just being a silly guy. I guess we can know who delivers what messages because it tells us the name. Still though, in the scenario that somebody gets murked and we don't know about it, that person could get their bracelet stolen and then they could use that to send a message through their bracelet. Art, just being Art, just sending hi. Hi, smiley face. Well, it's certainly working. I paid no further attention to the message and continued on. Oh, come on, you don't want to say hi back? That's kind of mean. Where could she be? I tored down the hall, past the jazz club, climbing center and spa. However, my search came up short. Upon entering the atrium, I saw her sitting by her lonesome in the center. Cannon. Before I could confront her again, a ringing sound played and an announcement followed. It is now 9 a.m. of the second day. Please make your way to the second floor atrium for a special announcement. What now? A few students that were already on the second floor made their way over quickly. Ashley, Art, and Cyrus. Hey, did you all see my message? Yes, hello right back to you. Cool, it works. Well, at least we discovered something from Art's larking about. Larking? Who the hell uses that word? Larking about. That's not a word I've heard in a long time, or read for that matter. And the rest of the students from downstairs arrived shortly after. Lyle, Missy, Forte, Say, and Pandora. Now what could this be? Maybe some third floor opening up? That might prove helpful. I haven't found much on my end. Whatever it is, can't they just use the message system thing instead of making us walk all the way up here? With all the students gathered in the atrium once again, the bronze globe projected an emblem. But this emblem was different, and the voice that announced the following was different. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope you've been enjoying your special vacation away from it all. The voice was more high energy, like some sort of radio host or sports announcer. I'll try my best to mimic that. And this is an extra special announcement for all the students with us today. You've been cordially invited to play a heart-pounding, soul-searching, excitement-inducing game. A game. That's right, a game, and not just any game. And this is the beyond universal, glamorously popular game that many students like yourselves have get the privilege to play. Why, yes, it's the Mutual Killing Game. What a wonderful name for a game. Mutual Killing Game. A Killing Game? Ah, the Mutual Killing Game. A game of hope and despair. A game of allies and betrayal. A game of cause and consequence. It's all so thrilling. Yes, indeed. You are all gathered here today by your own volition to participate in the festivities. And to sign up for the Preservation Project is to sign yourselves to the exclusive game of life and death itself. Upon hearing that detail, I saw the other students' faces go pale with shock. We were all thought to be gathered in a place of safety. That idea was apparently a farce. What the hell is happening? My cry was futile. The announcement was completely automated, and the horrible things it was saying didn't stop. And this delightful game will take place over 7 days in the very halls you explored just a day ago. If you'd like to leave earlier, then follow this one simple rule: kill a fellow student without getting caught. Trying to leave by any other means will result in consequences, as some of you may have learned firsthand from the little jolt of discovery. What if nobody kills anybody? Every time I feel like the concept is the same in every game that is a Danganronpa type of game. It's like, well, all of you have to be here for like X amount of time, and if you want to leave earlier, you just gotta kill somebody. And it's like, well, what if nobody killed anybody? What if y'all were just chill for 7 days? Although I can't see why you would want to leave anyway. Inside, you have all sorts of lovely accommodating amenities. Live a luxurious life within these wonderful walls. That is, if you can survive. If you kill without getting caught, the ultimate prize, an amazing prize befitting an ultimate student, await the victor. I know, it's a lot of information to take in all at once. We will allow you to absorb this information for the remainder of the day, so relax in the spa lounge, go climbing. But tomorrow, the real fun will begin. I can't do a good laugh. I apologize. I do not have a laughing voice. I don't laugh often, actually, now that I think about it. The announcement ended on one final disgusting note before cutting out. The class was in absolute shock. No way. It can't be. Wait. What is this? A sick, twisted joke is what it is. Everyone was murmuring among themselves. There isn't anyone who would take that dreadful announcement seriously, is there? What if we haven't seen any windows. I was gonna say, what if we just break through a window? Apparently that's not an option, because windows, I haven't seen any of those. The only windows are like right here in this atrium place, and I guess in theory you could use some of the climbing rooms equipment to try and like maybe make a little grapple hook or something. just toss something heavy enough up there, hopefully break a window and just climb out, unless that's also electrocuted. Pandora's voiced the question at the back of everyone's mind. How could one? It's merely an awful jest. There's no way any one of us could commit such an act against friends. Who said we were friends? Who knows? Maybe one of you is the puppet master running this shtick. This is turning out to be more interesting than the fuse and electrocuting door puzzle. This ARG is fun. Lyle, what on earth are you talking about? You think this is a game? What else could I be talking about? I'm the ultimate puzzle master. Being a participant here is simply the test of my skill. I'll figure this out. I'll figure this puzzle out yet. Don't worry. I mean, I guess that makes sense that he's not freaked out, because he's just like, oh, it's a game. It's like, of course it is. You know, a game where you get fucking shocked so hard you just pass out. The rest of us were paralyzed in the atrium. The immense gravity of the situation was oppressive. No one said a word. eyes were anxiously darting around the room to see who took the announcement seriously and who didn't. I mean, listen, all they said was, hey, here's the game. You got 7 days to survive, and if one of you kills the other and gets away with it, you win a prize and you get to leave early. It's like, just wait 7 days. It is not that hard. It cannot be that tempting to want to know what that prize is. To think, just this morning, we were having a communal breakfast. The atmosphere was unbearably heavy. I stood there in a cold sweat. I was dumbfounded. It was a killing game specifically targeting ultimate students. It was selfish to think of this during a moment when all our lives were potentially in danger, but I really didn't belong here. Take a screenshot of that too. What's in the middle? Who's gonna be the first, though? That's a good question. Ooh, cinematic little thing we got going on here. Hope and despair. You got Echo Pine. We got Zero, who we've not met, so that's a spoiler. Missy Vesper. Art Campapino. Seikono. Cyrus Surik, which is just Cyrus backwards. 2 symbols we've seen so far. Ashley Westbridge. We got Canon Ota. Forte Solo. Pandora. We got Lyle. Shit's gonna get serious, huh? It'd be funny if the game was just like, that's it for now. You may now view the student roster from the main menu. I wouldn't be surprised if it was that kind of thing. If the game was just like, yep, that's it. That's like a demo. It would be so funny, because it's happened before where I play a game and I'm like, oh, this looks like a full-on game, and it's just like, this was the demo, thank you for playing, and I'm like, damn it, I was just getting into it. Undeterred by the horrifying announcement, Lyle left the atrium in an almost giddy manner. A smirk painted his face in stark contrast to our own astonished expressions. So we're stuck in this weird luxury mansion for 7 days, huh? What's 7 days anyways? It shouldn't be too hard not to kill anyone during that time, right? We've made it this far. That's literally what I've been saying. It's 7 days. Ark chuckled nervously, but the fact that such an inexplicable requirement like that existed in the first place was difficult to come to terms with. Like, unless they were threatening to, like, kill everybody with, like, I don't know, a neurotoxin or something. And then that would make, like, some sense as to why there's a time, you know, why everybody would feel like freaking the hell out over the whole 7-day thing. One very simple rule. Kill a fellow student without getting caught. What kind of awful rule was that? Please don't joke about the matter. Don't lose your head so hastily. I noticed the announcement rules didn't outright state that we necessarily needed to kill anyone to begin with. Perhaps Lyle is onto something regarding the ARG angle. Besides, the risk isn't nearly pressing enough to encourage such drastic action. Despite the loophole Missy mentioned, the pressure of the killing game being presented loom over us. It's not even that much of a loophole, it's just like common sense. Crushing whatever sense of comfort we initially had. There's no use for us to be glaring at each other in silence. We ought to continue the mansion investigation. Missy shook off the terrible feeling and went on her way to search once more. Investigate? How could she ask such a thing after such a... Damn. How could she ask such a... Every time I try to do like a lighter, more quote-unquote feminine voice whenever I read a lady character's dialogue, it just Sometimes that happens. I just like fizzle out. It's too much effort for my one brain cell. It's like either read or make a voice. Can't do both. How could she ask such a thing after something so scary just happened? And being able to stay composed at a time like this, Missy isn't easily shaken, I wish there's nothing to say about Lau, who is excited. With nothing left to do, we departed from the atrium. But the voice continued to haunt me as I left the room behind. Wahahaha! That awful cackle rang in my ears, filling me with dread. Upon leaving the atrium, the others dissolved into their own disorienting thoughts. I want to check what that thing in the menu said. Roster. Oh, they got little pixel versions of everybody here on the top. We got little information stuff. Arturo, who's 162 in height, birthday December 2nd, likes frogs, sci-fi movies, dislikes swimming and road trips. I can get the road trip part, actually getting to the places, bleh. Previous AA Academy, and then Bovardia, I guess is the school he came from? No. Oh, flower. What does this flower... Is this just like... I assume this is just flavor. Bovardia is the flower that they're associated with. I wonder why that pops up when you hover your mouse over the character. I guess that's like the 3 people who are most friendly with him? Maybe? Or, hold on, let me check something. I suppose we'll figure that out later on. And 162, I'm pretty sure that's like... I can't remember if that's taller than me or shorter than me. Hold on, I gotta redo this. The checking. I should just write this down somewhere in centimeters so that I know my height in centimeters. Yeah, that's taller than me. He's taller than me by a smidge, a little smidge of height. 2 centimeters taller. Pandora is 5 centimeters taller. Her birthday's on August. Oh, we have the same month. She likes vintage telephones and tropical birds. Dislikes cheese. And playing darts. Was homeschooled. And she's associated with a daisy. We got Sei Kono, who's 5 centimeters taller than me. June 12th is her birthday. Likes umbrellas and cats. I didn't think a person could really like that, like as a thing they like, an umbrella. I suppose there are some umbrellas that look kinda cool. Dislikes being rushed and lemonade. Unfortunate. Previously from Soul Heart Industries Academy, and the flower associated with her is a purple hyacinth. Oh, that's how they write their names. I didn't... Okay, they cursive of course, and then her name is not, Western, so it's in a rather squiggly writing, despite the different language. I can still tell that is not the way that's supposed to be written. We got Kanan, who is my height, birthday October 6th, likes jazz music and botanical gardens, so I guess that's why she's hung out in the atrium. We might see her in the jazz room then. Dislikes humid weather, understandable, and dust. Black Mist Girls Institute, and the marigold is the associated flower. We got Echo Pine, a little shorter than me. February 15th is the birthday. Likes herbal tea and wooden trinkets. You know what? They can be kinda cool. Dislikes mud and wild berries. I don't know why one would have an active disliking of wild berries, but here we are. Previously from Calm Mind Institute, and the associated flower is a gladiolus. I feel like I should be looking these up because they might symbolize something about our characters. Fortesolo, quite a bit taller than me. Birthday's February 2nd. Likes crocuses and skiing. I don't know what a crocuses is. Dislikes castles? How can you dislike a castle? What kind of man dislikes a castle? Hold a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. How can you dislike a castle, though? And parties. Previously from Relic Song High School. Associated flower is a calla lily. Cyrus Zurich. Quite a tall lad. March 27th is the birthday. Likes fresh laundry and journaling. Dislikes candy and seashells. Previously from White Marsh High School, and the snapdragon is the associated flower with this fellow. He only has Echo on his freaking little side roster there. Yeah, I'm guessing when they show a picture, it's like who's the person that they're friendliest with, because if we go to us, it is Ashley is there, obviously Mrs. is there, and Lyle is there. Lyle is a little taller than me. September 9th is the birthday. Like scented candles and chocolate ganache. I don't know what ganache is, but it sounds good. Dislikes watching sports and Dalmatians. Like the dog or the movie? Previously from Signal Prep High, and an Asphodelius is the flower that they're associated with. Mrs. Vesper. A bit on the taller side. November 13 is the birthday. Likes magic tricks, apparently, and honeybees. You know what? That's kind of surprising. Likes magic tricks. Dislikes trains and needles. Understandable with the needles. I too dislike needles. Previously from Bellum Academy, and Garanium. And then we have Ashley Westbridge, Ultimate Jockey. I think the tallest one out of everybody here is Ashley. Yeah, the tallest is Ashley. Second tallest is Cyrus. Her birthday is on August as well. Taking walks and fountain pens are things she likes. Overthinking and plastic are two things she dislikes. And she's from Terminus Intel High School. I think Intel might just mean institute. No, maybe institute. I don't know what the Intel part would mean. And the associated flower is the white carnation. Okay, back to actually, being in the game. Upon leaving the atrium, the others dissolved into their own disoriented thoughts. With the foyer door barring any chance of exit, all we could do was wait. All we could do was wait for tomorrow, wherein tomorrow the real fun will begin. This so-called game was an odd emphasis on ultimate students. What a horrible thing could possibly be in store for us. And I felt like I was being suffocated by the decorated walls and furniture, the decorated students and their achievements. What had I gotten myself into? I still need to know whether everybody else remembers signing the papers to get here, and whether anybody remembers actually getting here, and whether Echo is the only one that doesn't. I followed close to Ashley as we drifted away from the atrium, dragging my feet through the hallways. Echo, are you okay? I don't know. Some announcement, huh? Yeah, I'm still reeling from being surrounded by students with super talents. Right. But honestly, I'm just really worried about you. Me? Yeah, that whole killing game seems to be centered around the ultimate title stuff, so I hope you're not dragged into it. Echo, you don't need to worry about me. I'm a lot tougher than you think. I've fallen off my horse more times than I can count, but I just get up and get back in the saddle. I can't help it. It might be a fluke or some kind of cruel joke, but what if it's not? Sorry, I know there's no use making myself sick with worry. Don't fret about that. It makes sense. This strange situation would make anyone nervous, but... Look, I'm not going anywhere. If anything happens to me, I'm not going down without a fight. And you're my best friend. I don't think being friends with a little worry is any trouble at all. Ashley tried to reassure me multiple times that she wasn't going to get wrapped up in this absurd killing game, but... Despite her stubbornness, my heart sank further and further into darkness. Knowing such a game was thrusted upon us in the first place was too awful to bear. I didn't want Ashley to reassure me that she wasn't going to die. I wanted to hear that the killing game wasn't real at all. Ash, would you mind if I had some time alone? I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. Oh, of course, I understand. In that case, I'll take some time to explore Dimension a little more. I'll be around if you need anything. Take care, Echo. I feel like she's British. I don't know why. Like, that Westbridge name makes me feel like she should have a more British accent. Ashley departed from the study, and I went back to my personal room. I mean, we don't really have any idea what their personal origins are outside of their name. We know they all come from different places. That's about it. Let's see. It was all too much. I threw myself on the bed and let my body slowly sink into the comforter. As I sank into my thoughts, I never understood comforters, I'm gonna be honest. I just like... I don't understand the difference between blankets. It's all just blanket to me. It's like blanket thin, blanket not thin, blanket feel funny, blanket soft, blanket rough. You know, that's the only differentiating things I notice about blankets. So what the hell's a comforter for? And why is there always a blanket under the comforter? What is the purpose of the comforter? I went over the events of this supposed vacation in my head. I woke up in an unknown room with nothing in my possession, and in a panic threw the door open to find my best friend Ashley, the ultimate jockey. That's right. I don't know why it's giving us this questionnaire, this like rerun, but sure. I guess it's just in case. She's the ultimate jockey. Supposedly won 84% of her races, whatever that meant. Regardless, she neglected to tell me of such a thing during our friendship. Ashley and I teamed up to explore what we discovered to be a mansion. After meeting a handful of students, we discovered 9 of 10 of them had something called an ultimate talent. There is someone who doesn't have one. Who doesn't have an ultimate talent? Echo. Us. That's right. I guess this is just teaching us the game mechanic. Within our group, I discovered I was the only one without some sort of ultimate talent. I wanted to speculate that perhaps I had no memory of such a thing, but in all honesty, I wasn't even able to list any interesting memories pertaining to an ultimate talent. I was in a state of disarray. After being overwhelmed by the immense talent everyone encompassed, I felt an urge to escape. I ran to the foyer's main doors and was electrocuted. That's right. Upon grabbing the door handle, a shock was sent through me, causing me to pass out. I lost consciousness and woke up some time later in Fortis' room. After the shock, the rest of the students became concerned. Our group split up the next morning and searched the mansion for any signs of a trap. In the middle of the search, we were summoned to the second floor atrium. I keep wanting to call it an auditorium, but it's literally not that. There we heard some horrific news. The horrible news was we were part of a killing game. That's right. A strange announcement informed us that we were to be trapped here for 7 days, and that means of escape was to kill someone. Not to mention that the quote-unquote real fun would begin tomorrow. It was also strange, almost unreal. No, I just wished it was unreal. I just wanted to go back home. I wanted to go back to the comfort and complacency and knowing my place. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. It is, though. Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep, lost in my thoughts. Didn't the day literally begin? Chapter 1. French word. Je ne peux I don't know how to pronounce that. I opened my eyes. The clock on my bedside table read 12. Oh, I must have dozed off a little. Oh, why can't this weird situation just be a dream already? I stared blankly around at my personal room. I guess I could take a walk to get my mind off things. I assume it's like the evening. And we're officially in chapter 1, so that's good. I made my way to the foyer inside again. The grandiose foyer was empty, making me feel smaller against its elaborate decor. I dawdled around for a spell, thinking about what to do when I heard a small conversation in the dining hall. Have a look at this. It was Pandora and Say. I paused at the doorway. It seemed they were in the middle of something. Beautiful, isn't it? Oh, it's lovely. The engraving is just immaculate. My sister gave it to me ages ago. I was wondering if you'd like it. Huh? Why me? Why are you wanting or were you wanting something in return? Nothing of the sort. I was just thinking, as a watchmaker, you must have a rich eye for detail. I believe you could have this piece. You could give this piece the care it needs. I don't know. If it's a gift from your sister, wouldn't you want to keep it? I'm afraid I can't put it to good use enough. I cherish it, but if someone else can appreciate it more than I, who am I to keep it away from her? Oh. I'll try to take care of it. Thank you. Even after a pressing situation made itself known, it seems like Pandora still wanted to get along with everyone, even the most timid person, some way or another. I left him alone. And I stepped back into the center of the foyer. I wonder how everyone else is doing. We still didn't check if there were more floors. There is an elevator. I guess the elevator could just be there for the sake of, accessibility, in case people can't use the stairway. Dining hall, study, living quarters, theater. I assume it's just gonna be these 2 floors and no more. Unless there's like a secret button mashing technique you gotta do on the elevator. Oh, we got Missy here, I guess. We can go talk to her. I'll go talk to Missy. I can't sit still knowing there are questions to be answered. Would you like to join me in investigation? I helped Missy search every corner of the foyer to no avail. There was a little sing-song tune, so I wonder if that's like something that means time passes? And I don't know if the menu to save, if that was a thing. I should have probably saved before shooting somebody, but oh well. That was kind of a heavy sigh. Are you okay? I am not immune to the pressure of the situation we have found ourselves in. And I must confess something, if you would allow me to think aloud a moment. I intended to join the preservation project as a part of their operating group once I heard about it. I thought my skills would prove useful. Really? What are you thinking about it now? I'm convinced the group must have been infiltrated. The group is known for bringing in talents from around the world. For starters, I know the Preservation Project Safe House was a large building with many wings for each group of ultimate students. The groups are divided by the window of time students signed up for. In our case, we all signed up within a relatively close time frame, creating a group of 10. The individual groups are often offered as class projects to work on together, utilizing all the unique skills in their pool. These projects apparently have varying results given the fact that each group may or may not be composed of incompatible talents. Regardless, the end products are usually very unique. Wow, that sounds interesting. Certainly. It would have been an amusing and challenging experience to participate as well, but alas. Ultimate students, huh? I let Missy continue investigating in peace. I'm assuming we're gonna be allowed to interact with everybody, but I'm gonna save anyways, just in case. Now we could go to Ashley or Forte. We know the two gals in the dining hall are doing their thing. Let's see Forte and then we'll see Ashley. Forte's probably in the theater. Welcome to the stage, Echo. I was just admiring the selection of props backstage. Would you like to try some? I awkwardly tried on some hats and masks with Forte. This killing game, it can't be our reality, can it? Excuse me, I'm just thinking out loud. It's okay, I was wondering the same thing. I mean, the preservation project. What am I saying? They can't be related. Surely the group has been infiltrated and is pulling a horrible prank, though I can't say I enjoy the perpetrator's flavor of humor. What is the preservation project anyway? It's the group that provides safe housing for ultimate students, protecting them from extreme natural disasters. It had a reputation of taking in small groups of students at a time, since it passed along solely by word of mouth. Once enough students signed up, a number of them were let in. In our case, it seems the message got to the 10 of us. Word of mouth. Yes, a lot of ultimate students often flock together in small communities within their area, since they're often outcast by the average people. I personally heard when they acquired an ultimate radio host to help spread the message to my community. I can recall with clarity his voice was boisterous and engaging, but not unlike that strange announcer. Despite that, it was a modest arrangement overall. There seemed to be a constrained effort not to spread the word far and wide. Which is strange considering the varying range of students and talents around the world. Wouldn't you think the group would extend their offer to more ultimates? I guess it does feel a little deliberate. Listen to me yawing away. Don't mind my pedantic thoughts. I'm just trying to make sense of this all. Okay, so ultimate student in his area. We don't know if that Zero guy that was shown in the little intro thing is that same person that he's talking about, but it could be. We should keep that in mind. Radio host and whatnot. Forte quieted down as he continued to inspect the costumes backstage. Ultimate communities. I thanked Forte for spending time with me and left the theater. Okay, we can go to Ashley. I wonder how Ash is doing. Hey Echo, I was just reading about this painter named Marcel Osterzone. Apparently people think very highly of their work. Would you like to see? I learned about a Renaissance painter thanks to Ashley. So, how are you feeling? I'm feeling a bit better. I took a walk to clear my head a little. Glad to hear it. The last thing I would want is for you to get all worked up. Ash, I am curious. How did you hear about the preservation project? I heard about it by word of mouth. I have some Ultimate Talent colleagues that were talking about the preservation project, so I signed up for it along with a friend, the Ultimate Race Car Driver. Wow, jockey and race car driver? That's a pretty high stakes tag team. Well, you know how it goes, birds of the feather flock together. But I can't help but wonder whether or not he made it in. I'm sure he didn't. He's probably just in a different group. Maybe. It's just... Last I spoke with him, we got in a huge fight. Ashley didn't seem to want to talk anymore. Sorry if I brought up something painful. No, it's okay. Fights happen when people are close. It's just a fact of life, I suppose. We've had our fair share of spats, but I have usually worked through them. Remember when I dropped your mug? I still have that mug. You worked pretty hard to mend it together in that kintsugi fashion, although it's a little too awkward to drink out of. Isn't kintsugi that thing with the like glue gloss thing that's like gold and you use it for like pottery or something? Not pottery, but it's meant for like bowls and whatnot. I think that's might be it. Let me look it up just in case I'm being wrong. Kintsugi. It's right there. It's like they can hear me. Kintsugi, also known as kintsukuroi, is a Japanese art repairing broken pottery by mending the area of breakage with urushi lacquer, dusted or mixed with powdered gold, silver, or platinum. So I was correct. I'd like to try that out someday. I knew it was one of your favorites, so I did my best. Thanks, Echo. I appreciate what you're trying to say. Don't worry about my silly fight. I'll get over it. I said goodbye and let her have some time alone. And there's the elevator, or can we go up? Okay, we can't seem to click anything else. Free time? No. We already talked with everybody here. Living corner. Elevator seems to be the only thing that's bright. Okay. Up. Up. Go up. Go to the foyer? No? I hope I didn't like soft lock the game or something. If I did, that'd be a little unfortunate. Oh, I gotta click on the side thing right there. Whoops. Let me use the restroom and I bumped my mug into my mic, sorry. I shall be right back in a few. Alrighty, I have returned from the long journey, and I still feel like I need to like crack my neck real good. I just need somebody to kind of just twist my head sideways real damn fast. Just you know, at a perfect 90-degree angle. Just once. To the left. Alright, let's see who's up here. We got Lyle and Kano. And by Kano, I mean Canon. Who are in unknown locations here. There is more... Okay, this is the atrium. We can head technically back down, but from the atrium we could go up somewhere else, in theory? Let's talk to Art. Art is always a fun lad. I wonder if Art is okay. He's just like... Echo! You want to see how high I can climb? Safety first, though, of course. I watched Art struggle with the ropes and harnesses before giving up the idea of climbing altogether. You know, you could just, like, climb the easy stuff. I'm sure the floors are padded enough to, like, you know, if you drop, you'll probably be okay. So weird. What's on your mind? This game thing. The announcement said it was a game, but it's not a very fun premise, you know what I'm saying? A huge mansion or whatever, just for the 10 of us to play a killing game? It seems, I don't know, expensive? What do you mean? This place is huge. I would have thought maybe more people would be involved by the looks of it. Not that I want a lot of people to play a killing game. You say a lot of people, but are ultimate students really so common? Yes and no? I'm familiar with Ashleig's name only because I pay attention to the sport, but I know zilch about photography. I think you just have to be in the right circles? And to put it in perspective, there are billions of people on the planet. It only seems like a lot of ultimate students in this moment since we're all gathered up. That's true. Well, at least you don't have to worry much about all this ultimate talent stuff. It's tiring sometimes. Art felt unusually silent. Anyway, doesn't look like I can figure out this climbing business. Catch you later. Art gave me a quick nod as he zipped out from the climbing center. I think I've climbed, no. There was a place that had a rock climbing thing that I attempted to climb the climbing rock thing. I feel like I just said the same sentence but backwards. It was fun. I want to try it again. I want to see how high I can get it before I just decide to get too trembly and just fall. But yeah, Art maybe isn't too chill with the idea of being like an ultimate golfer. Which you would not expect such a joyous lad to be a golfer of all things, but that is what he is. Cyrus Surik. Let's see. What are you doing, Cyrus boy? Hello, Echo. Have you come to relax for a bit in the spa? Feel free to join me. I settled in with Cyrus for a relaxing moment. Cyrus, what do you know about the Preservation Project? Oh, just about as much as any other student who signed up. It's a group that protects ultimate students from extreme natural disasters. Nobody has explained what natural disaster has occurred for us to be brought here. To preserve humanity's future. It's presumed that that is their goal, as the name implies. Huh, that's as much as I know too. It would be unfortunate to lose people who would benefit the world, right? That makes sense. What do you think of all this? I sigh. The scenario we found ourselves in it feels like the very opposite of saving ultimate students. It's terrible, building excitement and hopes of safety only to crush those feelings in a messed up game. I couldn't wrap my head around the idea. A more than reasonable observation. It's cruel, isn't it? But most of all, I was still confused as to why and how I found myself here. In that case, what do you think of the others? Huh? What about them? Well, our associates all found their way here for some reason or another. Isn't that right? No one would want to join a killing game voluntarily, that much is obvious. But say the former were true, that they joined to become part of humanity's future. Pandora seems keen on the idea that our talents can induce worldly benefit and change. Do you think such a thing could happen? Well, I mean, combined maybe, alone not so much. I suppose so, why not? Cyrus chuckled faintly. Why not? How optimistic. Oh, yeah, I guess it might be a lot of hope for... I guess it might be a lot to hope for from the scenario we're in. No, it's good. It's good of you to maintain the spirit that anything is possible. Cyrus flashed a pleasant smile before reclining back in the spa chair in silence. After a beat, I saw myself out as Cyrus continued to enjoy his time in the spa. Cyrus seems to be... Even when we first met Cyrus, he seemed to be... How do I say this? Kind of... He chooses his words in a particular manner, which makes sense as he's like the ultimate charmer or whatever, right? But it seems to be in like a kind of... Not manipulative, that's not the way I want to phrase it, but he's careful about his words sometimes. In making sure that, like, there's a good perception in what he says. Not nefarious in any way, shape, or form so far, but I have noticed that he's kind of choosy with his words a little. Okay, these two, I don't know where they are, so I guess I can just click on them. I want to meet up with Cannon, because she's odd. Let's see if Cannon's in any mood to talk. I can't find Cannon. I looked up and down the halls and couldn't find Cannon anywhere, probably in her room. I guess she's in her personal room. I made my way over to her listed personal room in the living quarters and knocked lightly. Cannon? There was no response on the other end. Either she was out being difficult to find or she didn't want to be bothered. Whatever the case, I moved on. And Lyle probably investigating. I wonder what Lyle is up to. No so, question mark. I wandered the first and second hallways in search of Lyle, but failed to find him. I guess he's off solving the killing game puzzle. Better to let him go to get to it. Those two are missing. I think that's everyone. I learned a little bit about this preservation project and how the others found their way to this place. Despite that, I was still left pondering my purpose here. After spending some time with my fellow classmates, I habitually wandered back to my personal room. But upon entering, I realized I didn't have any personal effects which to pass time. So I stepped back right back out into the hall to see if anyone wanted to socialize. Isn't that like the worst thing? I've been in a situation like that where I could only bring my clothes to a place and it's just like, man, there's nothing to do but like kind of, I guess just fuck around and talk with people. Maybe if you're lucky, you just find like a little board game. And if people are willing, you just play the board game. But it is kind of weird how, despite, and this might sound weird coming from me as like I'm not just a random guy on the internet, but people are a lot more willing to socialize than you usually think if you put them in a situation like that where they kind of have nothing to do. They'll just kind of be yapping. Incidentally, I came across Sei and Cannon on their way in from the foyer in the halls. Hey Sei, Cannon, I was about to go to the dining hall. Did you want to come? We just left the dining hall. Oh, I see. We stood in silence for half a minute. I do like the ear piercings that Sei has. My goodness, I've thought about getting piercings, but the fear of needles and whatnot has kept me from doing that, and I also am very susceptible to pain. I don't like pain in the slightest. Like the smidge amount of pain that I can receive from anything. I very much get a little antsy, get a little pissy the moment I feel it. Well, should go. Poor Sai. Sai shuffled off, leaving me and Cannon to fill the empty air. She went right back out to the foyer to who knows where. Huh? Sai's personal room is right here. Maybe she wants to spend time in one of the activity rooms? Maybe. The conversation came to a stalemate. I'm just being cautious. Cannon turned and withdrew to her personal room. I really doubt that Sei could kill somebody. She may eventually do so, but I don't think she'd be the first. I let out a deep breath I didn't know I was holding. Unless Sei's personality is like being faked, which, I guess could be a thing, but I feel like no clues about this personality being fake and then all of a sudden being like, aha, she was actually faking being a mess of a person this entire time would be kind of a sheep move, but you never know. I let out a deep breath I didn't know I was holding in. Cannon tires me out. I made my way to the dining hall, running into Ashley along the way. We greeted each other in a rather unusual manner before sitting down with the other students who had already settled in for their meal. Ah, Echo, Ashley, feel free to join us. We were just starting. How have you been faring since this morning? I'm feeling much better, thank you. Pleased to hear it. Missy sat at the head of the table, and Cyrus sat across from each other, with Ashley sitting next to Cyrus. I shuffled in, sitting next to Art across from Ashley. Man, what kind of class only has 5 students? One that has been disillusioned by a strange game, apparently. Yes, it's a little disheartening to see only half of our group gathered here. Well, it isn't strictly required that we all have dinner together. I saw Sei and Cannon passing. They must have had their share already and were on their way out. Sei's a pretty shy girl, so I can understand perhaps she didn't want to be around a large group of people. And Cannon, she's awfully mysterious. Well, there's no use in wondering about them. They can do whatever they please, so we shouldn't question their actions. Even if they're suspicious? And for that matter, doesn't the killing game frighten any of you? I voiced a question that had been ruling my thoughts. I mean, there's really no one capable of that sort of thing, is there? My question was met with silence. Echo, I understand that you might be afraid right now, but it won't do you any good to worry. You're only going to run yourself ragged, thinking about the frightful possibilities. Yeah, Missy's right. It's just some dumb announcement out of nowhere, so what's the threat? Precisely. We shouldn't make ourselves sick with anxiety over something that hasn't invoked any consequences. Plus, if this were a killing game, why would they give us such nice amenities? Why not just throw us into a creepy locked building? Wouldn't that pressure us further into killing each other? To escape an unknown, scary building? I wonder. Regardless, we shouldn't dwell on the specifics of something so mysterious and harmless. Let us just enjoy each other's company for the fixings of this mansion to its fullest. Thank you for the encouraging words, Missy. Missy won't get shook up. She's the definition of keep it cool. With the atmosphere lightened up, we continued our dinner with lively chatter. I was thankful to have such positive energy surrounding me. Yeah, cause Echo seems the type to kind of freak out easy. At least overthink things. There goes all of my coffee for today. After dinner, we all parted to wrap the evening with our own activities. Ashley and I walked over to the living quarters to rest for the evening. But before we went to our respective rooms, Ashley pulled me over to the end of the living quarter hallways. Ash, what's up? Echo, I've been thinking and I don't know how to say this. This killing game, it has me really worried. The ultimate battle royale, just saying that is ridiculous. It has to be some kind of themed ARG or weird elaborate prank. I was kidding around, but Ashley remained still with a serious demeanor. Well, you're here, aren't you? How else would you explain your high school plaque on your personal room door? Huh? Sure, it's a little strange, but that could mean anything. I was probably just mistaken for a different student at my high school. You know what I think it means? It means I was right. Echo, being involved with me only results in ultimate levels of trouble. I don't think this is... she's starting to... I feel like she's maybe thinking a little bit too much right now. Thinking that this is somehow involving her personally. At least too personally. Like, obviously, this whole getting stuck here involves all of us, but we could be here for reasons that we don't know. It's just as simple as that. This game that's specifically curated for ultimate students managed to gain a collateral student participant simply by association. Me. Ash, what are you saying? I don't want you to worry about me. Yes, I can protect myself, but it's more than that. I remember that night, the night you dropped me off after we had dinner. You couldn't walk me to my house. I did in fact make it to the house in one piece, but when I looked back out on the street, I noticed something strange. I saw smoke. It was coming from the direction you dropped me off, so I assumed the worst. I wanted to run out there and see what had happened, but the only thing I remembered after that was a sharp pain and then... black. Right. I must have been a target or something. Someone must have subdued or captured me, and at the time, you as well. But why? Why the hell would they capture us? What's the point of that? Like, capturing you, that makes sense, and hey, at least we have one person now whose story of how they got here is a thing that exists now for me to kind of recollect and keep in my mind. This is probably a game I'm gonna have to, like, play often so that I can have all the information, like, stocked in my head and not forgotten, because if I do what I usually do, which is like play a game once or twice in the in the week and then leave it for the next week, I'll fucking forget about any of this information. Whoever did this, it seemed they wanted to whoever did this, it seemed they wanted to cover all their bases, which meant if you saw anything that night, you had to be taken also. I trembled at the thought. The problem was I didn't see a thing happen that night. Echo, I can protect myself, but I want you to keep your distance so whatever happens to me doesn't come to harm you as well. How could you say that? We're best friends. I can't abandon you at a time like this. I need you to let me alone. It's for your safety. It hurts me to even think about it, but I don't want you to be in danger because of your relation to me as a close friend. I can't believe what was happening. Ashley's face was painted with remorse. She only wanted to keep me safe, but in return it meant we needed to be apart. Ashley gave me one last hug before retiring to her room for the night. Ashley. I hung my head in despair. Why did this have to happen? I clenched my fist in frustration. Damn it! Maybe that's a little loud. I just saw the bar on OBS just like peak when I got a little into it, you know. I pounded the wall, trying to process everything, when I heard a gentle voice. I'm sorry for what has happened. I trolled around to find the source of the voice a few paces behind me. It was Pandora. Her voice was barely a whisper. Pandora, you heard our conversation? I apologize. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I should give her like a French accent, but like I don't know French. No, or I should say, I guess I don't know how to read things with a French accent. But it's also true that I don't know French, so, I guess that wasn't a false statement. I was only nearby, but no, that doesn't really sound French. I was only nearby, but because I wanted to talk to you privately. That sounds more Russian. Me? Yes, I was wondering, does this message mean anything to you? A paper. Pandora pulled a small piece of paper out of her apron pocket. The note had two small symbols on it, along with some text. If you recognize one of the symbols depicted, then you have finally found me and are safe. Please do not speak of this note's existence. Trust no one but yourself. Well, she broke that rule. Upon closer inspection, the symbols were similar to the ones the announcements showed. What does this mean? Do you recognize either of them? I can't say that I do. Oh, that's unfortunate. I was confused by the contents of the note, so I was hoping someone could help me. In particular, I was wondering what the note meant by "you are safe." Based on what's shown on the note itself, the two symbols could be of interest. It seems like there could be someone here who might be connected to whoever is controlling the announcements. Basically, there might be a spy. I thought the same, but I wish the implications weren't so. Where did you find that? It was in my apron pocket since I woke. I don't know how it got there. I don't recall putting anything like this in my pockets. She tucked the note away back in her apron pocket. However, that wasn't really what I wanted to talk to you about. I wanted to say, I feel like you're a very special person. I can't really explain it, but I feel a strong aura about you. Pandora, please don't tell me you're one of those girls. What's next? You're gonna start lighting candles, start taking out the crystals, all that good stuff. Not that there's a problem with that kind of belief, but it'd be a little bit of a surprise, not gonna lie. As long as you make a good bread, I guess I won't really care. Oh, thank you? She smiled and went on. Echo, you might think being an ultimate student is some kind of extravagant existence, but you forget there is beauty in the ordinary as well. Even if you do have ultimate talents, we're still regular people. Even if we do have regular... Ugh, my god, I can't read sometimes. Even if we do have ultimate talents, we're still regular people just like you. Waking up with bed heads, sometimes showing up late to our appointments. We're just a little more preoccupied with one particular thing than most others. Thank you, Pandora. Pandora managed to quell a bit of the worry in my heart. But it is a pity what happened between you and Ashley. I don't know what to think anymore. One moment, Missy is telling me not to believe a word the announcement says, and another moment, Ashley is cutting ties with me in a firm belief of the danger of the game. What am I supposed to do? I felt my throat begin to choke. Reste désolé, Echo. I don't think it's my place to say, however. This is but a bump in the road. Ashley will always be your friend, no matter what. And it may be difficult to determine what is in store for us, so we must keep our faith and live one moment at a time. The lights started to dim as Pandora smiled at me one last time. Yay! That ding dong is the exact same ding dong as the Five Nights at Freddy's ding dong. I know that much. That's why I went yay, because it's like, I think, which one was it? Number 2, in which you get the shearing every time you make it past the night or something. It's now 9 p.m. Nighttime will begin at 10 p.m. Facilities will be closed until 7 a.m. the next morning. Even the darkest night will end and the sun will rise. Oh dear, it looks like It looks like nighttime has come. Never make me any kind of voice actor for anything, because I can't read for my life. Well then, bonne nuit, Echo. And please don't tell anyone about this note. I don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. I feel like this note is the key to many mysteries of this place. I nodded. The note was odd, but I couldn't find it in me to outright doubt Pandora. Good night to you too, Pandora. We both returned to our personal rooms to pass over the night. Nighty night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. I do need to do something rather quick. I will be right back. Apologies about that. Just had to go put the damn chicken on the stove. We got like diced up chicken, boiled chicken that we used to make some food today, and I just had to turn on the stove so that it's in the process of reheating, so we can have some chicken burritos. Chicken burrito! I like chicken burritos. The ones they got at Taco Bell kind of go crazy. They kind of go hard. Then again, they do have all kinds of crazy sauces in them things. Returning to my room, I made myself comfortable and slipped into bed. I stared blankly at the dim ceiling, letting my mind wander aimlessly through the news I learned today. But nothing really stuck. Words and conversations and thoughts flew by as I let my heavy eyes close. The one thought that pervaded the others was, what would be waiting for us tomorrow? I'm jealous of Echo being so good at sleeping. Before I knew it, I had fallen into a deep sleep. Wish I could do that. I might stream for longer today. Like 5 hours maybe. It is Friday. I even go for 6, but that would be quite late. And not really, I guess. I guess if I do end stream in like an hour or two from now, I could just stream again in the middle of the night like I did a couple of times before. And I opened my eyes to now familiar colors of the room. I looked at the clock on my bedside table. 7:28. I turned off the alarm before it rang and steadily got out of bed. That happens to me too when I do manage to sleep for at least a couple of hours before my alarm clock goes off, you know? Like, I'll wake up like 10, 20 minutes prior to the alarm clock. Only 2 days had passed, and yet I found myself beginning to acclimate to the sleep schedule. I splashed my face with cold water, the icy sting charging my nerves for a sharp awakening. I'm the opposite. It takes me a while to just adjust to this one new place. Whenever I'm somewhere new, it takes me quite a while to be able to sleep normally. I wonder if anyone is in the dining hall for breakfast yet. I want hotel breakfast. I made my way to the dining hall, stopping in the foyer for a moment to gaze at the mysterious, electrifying doorway. I like that. I forget what they call this style of architecture. The door specifically has, I guess technically the entire building has this kind of architecture design, but it's like 20s type of design. 1920s-esque, you know. In the dining hall, we were a few early rise. There were in the dining hall were a few early risers just starting breakfast. Good morning. Oh. Good morning, Echo. Please help yourself. I have some muffins with citrus today. Hopefully it'll energize you. Ooh. Nothing like a hearty, steady, satisfying breakfast to start the day. Oh, rolling with the same crew as last night? Except, I guess Ashley was switched in for Pandora? My heart hurt when Art mentioned Ashley. Pandora must have noticed and sat close to me. Here, I made lemon squares just for you. Ashley told me in passing you liked lemon. I like lemon tasting things too. Nice. She did? So Ashley was still looking out for me. Thanks, Pandora. Can you tell her thank you for me as well? Of course. Pandora's just nice. I hope she doesn't die first. I hope she's like at least the 4th person to die. We continued our leisurely breakfast as we all shook off the night's slumber. No one else came in during the length of our stay in the dining hall, however. Oh my goodness, no, I'm yawning. Let me do a little stretch. What was that sound that I just made? Sounded like Mr. Krabs. Alright, let's keep reading. Oh, goodness gracious me. It is now 9 a.m. Please assemble in the 2nd floor atrium. Every time, atrium for a special announcement. After the announcement ended, I mechanically started to get up from my seat when Art loudly kicked his feet up on the table. No way! Art leaned back in his chair and pouted. We're not gonna listen to your creepy announcements, you hear? He waggled his fingers aimlessly at the ceiling. I wonder what happens if we refuse to assemble. Do we want to test this passive protest? Why not? I'm curious as well. Hey, isn't this dangerous? I agree, it might be risky. The only risk so far has been from when Echo actively tried to escape. The past 48 hours have been nothing but casual to us. However, after a moment of silence, the painting above the fireplace switched the announcement emblem to the announcement emblem. It was the Killing Game announcer. Let me look at this. Let me see if my memory stirs up anything of what this might be resembling, because it could just be a made-up symbol, but, you know, with the mention of flowers in everybody's bio, it has me thinking that even this symbol might mean something. I just have to scrounge them out. What did I just say? Scrounge about is what I meant to say, but something else came out of my mouth. I need to just think about this, because it kind of reminds me a little bit of like certain, like, I guess it's just because it's a 2D symbol. It's not really a Native American symbol that I can think about that looks like this. Kinda, but not really. It's kind of like a fish. It's likely just a made-up symbol, but it could mean something. Could be a mixture of symbols, too. So, welcome to day number 3. So it plays regardless. Yeah, I imagine it's like if you're doing whatever, wherever you want, then announcement's gonna happen anyways. I sat down and allowed the announcement to disrupt our morning. Are you all comfortable, having a nice breakfast, having fun sleeping in? That's great to hear! Today we'll be reviewing some general rules related to our lovely killing game, and they are as follow. Students will enjoy an idyllic lifestyle within the this is the name of the place, the apothegum I don't know how the fuck to pronounce this. APOTHEGM. Was for a duration of 7 days. Activity amenities are open from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Breaking major assets, kitchen refrigerator, theater lights, etc. is strictly prohibited. At the end of the 7 days, whoever survives is awarded the ultimate prize. To expedite the process towards the ultimate prize, one must kill a fellow student without getting caught. So wait a second. We could literally all just wait and then we get the prize, or we could like... Okay, so it's kind of like the prisoner's dilemma, where it's like you have to trust everybody else not to do bad things or to out you. Well, from what I remember from the prisoner's dilemma, it's like there's 2 of you. One of you is given like some, I guess, promise that if you out the other person, you'll get like less time in prison. But if you both out each other, you both get more time in prison. Some shit like that. It's kind of like that, but like with murder, I guess. Where maybe we all get the prize if none of us kill each other, but if one of us does kill the other and gets away with it, you get it for yourself. And to get the ball rolling each morning, a special music will be provided to exercise your mind. Today's forced motive question is, are your talents a true representation of who you are? Who are you beyond your talent? Stew upon these brain-testing inquiries as you all carry on with your communal lives. And whoever actually went to the atrium gets an additional special gift. Haha, yeah, I know. No one wants to go to the 2nd floor just to hear an announcement. That's what speakers are all for, after all. So whoever followed the rules get a little something something, if you know what I mean. Finally, if there are no developments by the days and there will be serious repercussions, you all will suffer the consequences and be executed as a group for failing to participate in the game. Okay, now we get actual stakes if we don't play the damn game. How unfun. Check out your bracelets! They all contained a lethal dose of Complex 53, just enough to knock you out into the next life in less than a minute. Huh? I flipped my bracelet over to see a small vial of clear liquid attached to a control ship. Can we take those off? Our bracelets had these things the whole time? But that's just a last resort. I don't really want to use it unless you all really bore me. So, come on, you all, make it happen! I hope I had a good, exciting, energetic announcer voice right there. That's the best I could do. The bizarre announcement cut out and the painting returned to its original form. So, the thing they're giving us to motivate murder is a question. And, the fact that they'll kill you all if you don't participate. And the threat of a clear liquid that is proclaimed to be a deadly toxic gas. As far as I know, such a chemical by the name Complex 53 doesn't exist. It might just be water, like a prop or something, and to release it only at the end of the day if nothing happens? I don't know, seems kinda weak. I furrowed my brow. I recalled what Missy said yesterday, that the risk wasn't high enough to do something drastic. The question was hardly raising the bar, not to mention a small vial of liquid. Yeah, but at the same time, it is the small things that sometimes gets people very antsy. Worryingly so at times. So maybe that's the point, right? It's like it seems small, and the point is that it is a small thing. Because then you're thinking about it. If it was a big thing, the answer is clear. But if it's a small thing, then you're flip-flopping. If this person, this radio host, is the one orchestrating all this and they don't want to be bored, then they want to make it like a flip of a coin. Well, they won't, they type of thing. This ain't good. This ain't good, that's all I'm saying. As for the other provided motive, as it were, I don't understand. Are we meant to discuss the question with each other? Perhaps, unless anyone has any skeletons in their closets. In the closet, I believe it is only fair to share our thoughts on the subject. I sheepishly ducked my head, but Missy caught me. Echo, why don't you lead us in our conversation? Or in our discussion? You are the most qualified since you sit in a rather gray area when it comes to the ultimate talents. Which isn't to say you're not included, but I think you have the most neutral viewpoint that is appropriate for judgment. Sure, if you say so. If you don't want to, it's not necessary. It's alright, I have to admit, I'm pretty curious now. Well, let's see what everyone has to say. I guess we can start with Missy. The only one who I'm suspicious about their title is Cyrus, because Cyrus kind of made it like he told us his title in that like similar way I told you earlier, where he kind of shows his words as when he gave us like the ultimate charismatic or whatever the hell it was that his title was. I was a little like sussed out by that, so I wanna talk to him first. So Cyrus, yes. What does being called the ultimate charisma entail? Why, it's the mystifying ability to draw people toward me with little to no effort. So I've been told. Some might equate the word charisma with charm, and in turn think that charisma has to do with good looks, beautiful voice, overflowing wealth, etc. However, I think charisma lies simply in having a kind soul. People are swayed by those with a kind soul, be it they have good intentions to follow through or bad intentions to take advantage of. I found myself absorbed in Cyrus's statement. I might even say you're rather charismatic yourself, Echo. Oh, I don't know if I would go that far. Nonsense. Well, I welcome your presence. It's charming. It's calming. Sorry, misread that. I felt a little embarrassed after being given such kind praise from the one so-called ultimate charisma himself. Or is that the charisma working? So with that in mind, how would you describe your personality and talent? Not sure. It's always difficult to talk about yourself, though I suppose I do like going with the flow. I guess a word could be cooperative? Alright, Missy. Missy is like interesting because she's called the ultimate strategist, but she works on political strategies. So she knows how to sway people or present evidence in the most positive outcome for either herself or others. A political tactician, huh? It's not glamorous. I'm often tasked with knowing the burdens and misdeeds of many people in power. It's somewhat a curse to be able to lie my way out of a sticky situation. How do you feel about being called the ultimate tactician, though? It was ultimate tactician, sorry, not ultimate strategist. Ultimate tactician. I don't mind. It is what it is. It is the strength I've been blessed with, and I would be misspoken if I said I took an interest in other things. I've always known my personality to be of someone who informs. And if I can give a purpose-driven voice power to speak up for what's right, then the ensuing battle, be it a difficult one, will produce satisfying results. I believe at the end of it, if intense debate occurs, there's often an intense emotion behind it. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen your fair share of selfishness and greed, though. Circumventing those intentions can be trying, but you just need to take the good with the bad. Messy, self-assured as always. Art campa piano. I like saying that one. Campa piano. Is being a pro golfer a true representation of who I am? I don't think so, pal. You just seem like a chill guy. Pretty upbeat fellow. So you're definitely a lot more than your than your golfer status. Nah, I don't really get it. I mean, I think it is. I haven't really expanded my interest outside of what I know, which is golf, so I can't say anything else encompasses who I am. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think so. If you tried something new now, it might be disorienting to fail at said activity since you're not ultra skilled in it. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. Well, ultimate golfer or not, Yeah, I like playing golf. I think I got so good at the sport because I knew I liked it all this time and stuck around with it. Never really thought of the other stuff. Yeah, there we go. I guess it's a simple statement. Thanks, Echo. And Pandora. Hmm, who am I beyond my talent? You know what, now that I think about it, Pandora really is, like, almost intertwined with her talent. Because, like, a lot of her personality just blends in well with just her talent, which is baking. And she likes baking partially because it makes other people, like, happy, and she's just a generally kind person. So it's like, it's a talent that complements her personality. Honestly, I wouldn't be anything without baking. Even in even in another life, I think I would always find my way back to baking. It's just in my soul. I think at the core of it, such an activity represents that I care for in what represents all that I care for in life, and the simplicity in sharing good food with friends. To make something infused with love, and to bring that joy to others, it's quite a special feeling, is it not? Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Listen to me being so sentimental. You really love baking, huh? Oh, it's everything. And everyone said similar things. Their talents run alongside their personalities. You couldn't have one without another. I feel like the only one whose personality and talent are like the widest spread apart, at least in my opinion, is art. Because you don't think of golf and think, ah yes, upbeat and cheery and happy. You think maybe like stoic, calm, calculating, maybe? So he's kind of like personality-wise, in my opinion, sort of the most separate, but like at the same time, he's been golfing his entire life. That's like his thing. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just stereotyping golf people. What an odd motive. I would imagine talking about this kind of thing among peers would only reinforce relations. If our captors are trying to plant distrust, I'm afraid I don't quite understand the logic. Canon probably has something to say about this topic, and probably has some suspicions of her own about who she thinks the talents don't actually match. There was something Ashley, I think it was Ashley said before, or it may have been Cyrus himself who said that being an ultimate whatever could be, you know, out of like a good nature or a bad nature. Like if you're ultra competitive, then obviously you would also be likely to end up as like an ultimate, I don't know, like footballer or something, right? And that could be a negative trait in general when it comes to dealing with people. So maybe some people are just very good at hiding their negative traits, others not so much. Canon sure is right, like openly antisocial, and Mr. Charming over here I'm suspicious of. I think about the intention of the question, but all I could think was that it might be to weed out spies, which involuntarily led me to suspect the person I would least suspect. Is something the matter, Echo? Why is Echo suspecting Pandora? Nothing. I averted my gaze from Pandora. She had some kind of secret note that bore the strange emblems of our mansion announcer. What could it mean? If I may be so bold, I firmly believe from our discussion that our ultimate talents are truly one and the same with our personality and characteristics. I'm inclined to agree. I guess it's cool that we got to know each other a little more, though. It seems like a friendly enough topic. Indeed. Our talents and skills born from our passions within, and you simply cannot remove the aspect of a person without losing a part of them. A peculiar motive, that one. With our thoughts on the forced motive question cleared, our group was able to finish the morning in peace. Let me check up on some things. I need to check on the chicken. I forgot about the chicken. I will be right back. Let me just go here. There we go. Sorry about that if I took a bit on the longer side to come back. Just had to inform my kin that they could eat their food now if they wanted to make it. So it's all fine and well. But I freaking like that boiled chicken. I don't know why. Boiled chicken just tastes really good to me. Maybe that's because I'm hungry. Yeah, I'll eat later. Okay, what's up next? The Breakfast Club wrapped up and... Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club wrapped up, and with no other announcements to interrupt us, the afternoon was completely available for our individual activities. I didn't have anything in particular planned today, so I idle in the foyer before deciding what to do next. Hey, Echo! The familiar voice erupted from behind me. What's up, Art? This might be weird to ask, but do you think this might be weird to ask, but do you mind if I hang out with you today? Now, I'm kinda curious about the other students' talent stories, but I didn't want to go running around the mansion alone. Why didn't you ask one of the others from breakfast? Huh? Oh, 'cause you're cool. What? I mean, you're easy to talk to. Now, I thought about asking Missy, but... Missy's kind of imposing, honestly. You know, I feel like I have to walk all nice and like I'm balancing books on my head or something. I don't think she's strict on how others walk or anything like that. That aside, she stuck around with you on the first day, didn't she? Oh yeah, you're right. Well, I'm asking you now, since I'm here. Besides, I can't find Lyle. I wanted to get another strategy meeting started today and maybe even help him with solving some stuff, but... So I was his second choice. Somehow, he seemed disappointed. Sure, I'll tag along. I didn't really have anything planned today anyway. I trailed off, thinking about Ashley. Sag. We can probably cut down on one visit right here, since you and Ashley are best friends. Do you know anything about her talent? Honestly, I can't say that I do. This is the first time I've heard about such a thing, like ultimate talents. All I knew was that she lived out in the countryside with her father on a ranch, Westridge Stables. I didn't think all her time around horses amounted to something as intense as being an ultimate jockey. Huh. Maybe she just likes to be modest? I mean, just because she has a high win rates doesn't mean she avoids taking care of the horses. Kinda like she works hard and plays hard? Does that make sense? I couldn't really make heads or tails of it. I didn't really want to be thinking about Ashley at the moment anyway. It was too overwhelming. I sighed. Yeah, I suppose that could be it. Alright, that's one down. Let's get going. It seems like got roped into something the other students' opinions on force modus questions with art. Exploring, sorry. It seems like... not that I was opposed to the idea of learning about the others. I misread the hell out of that sentence. There were a handful of people who we haven't heard from. We can talk to Sei. Let's try to find Sei. Poor Art and Sei. Putting Art around Sei is gonna be a little funny, considering how much energy that brother has. Art and I saw Sei in the kitchen, poking at the digital screen. I haven't eaten since yesterday. Sei, what's the matter? Oh, it's no use. I don't know how to use the screen thing. It doesn't register my taps. Huh? Yeah, you need to tap your bracelet to the screen first, and then you can choose your meal. What? She raised her right arm and scanned her bracelet to the screen, activating the display. Poor girl. She didn't know. She's hungry. This is embarrassing. I'm not right-handed, so I didn't think about it. Glad I could help. Sei poked at the digital screen, ordering a rice porridge with pickled vegetables. Eat up, Sei! Echo, let's get something too so she doesn't have to eat alone. Art, Sei, and I shared a small meal together. Isn't that quite, what's the word? Considerate. After we finished, Sei quietly sat in the dining hall and fidgeted with her rings. She then let out a big, exasperated sigh. It's really no use. What's wrong? I can't get used to anything around here. It may be because I'm kind of forgetful, but I went so long without eating because I couldn't figure out the menu thing. You shouldn't go out so you shouldn't go so long without eating. If you need help with anything, you can always ask one of your friends here. Friends? Was that too forward? No, it's just I don't talk to you all that much, so I didn't believe you thought of me as a friend. Nah, don't say that. There's no reason we couldn't call you a friend, right? She stopped there, but I saw a small smile turn the corner of her lips. So, right down to business. Business? We came by to see you to ask you about the question thing. Question thing? You mean the forced motive question? Yeah, a group of us were talking about it in the dining hall over breakfast, and we were wondering if you had any thoughts about it. I don't know. It seems straightforward. I'm a detailed-oriented person, and watches are full of little mechanisms, although I guess I can get lost. I guess mistypo there. I guess I can get lost in those little details and miss the big picture, like just now. But then again, after all the gear design differences under the face of the watch, the outcome is still fixed. A timepiece, right? Yeah, I don't understand the question is supposed to be all about. Sorry. No worries. We don't know either, so we just were going around getting everyone's opinion. Oh, I see. Well, good luck figuring it out then. Say clams up and quickly scuttles off before we could say anything else. Oh, bye. She's kind of antsy, huh? I guess she is, Art. I guess she is. Forte solo. Let's go talk to him. Forte is probably where I think he is. Yeah, man is just in the stage room. The theater. Interior crocodile alligator. I drive a Chevrolet movie theater. Ah, Art and Echo, what brings you here? I like how I'm pretty sure I keep giving him different voices every time. Like slightly different like tones or accents to his voice. What a nightmare. Art here was curious about your opinion of the forced motive question. Yeah, why opera? Isn't it boring? Art full of tact, I see. Aha! It's quite the opposite of boring. Performances are very rich and can shake the viewer to their very core. Opera is a wonderful art that combines raw vocal emotion with the physical beauty of expressing the self with your very being. Oh. Wanna hit us with some bars? Forte's operatic voice, to say I was a little curious would be an understatement. Oh no, I couldn't perform under these conditions. What conditions? Why, the conditions of the heart, of course. Can we ask why that is? Well, you see, I haven't been able to properly express myself since a tragedy struck my hometown. We lost a friend in our community. Sir Hyde, one of our most loyal friends. That's an unfortunate name because anytime I think Hyde, I think Sam Hyde. Because that's the only motherfucker I know of Hyde whose name is Hyde. Other than like Jekyll and Hyde. Those are the two Hydes I know about. Jekyll and Hyde and Sam Hyde. That's it. One of his favorite pastimes included long walks in the park with the wind gently brushing through his ears. Wait, is he talking about what I think he's... Okay, I think we have... we accidentally misclicked, or it just decided to... Yeah, it just decides... Sometimes the dialogue does that thing where, like, it cuts off a character's words or thoughts, and it's like... It makes me think I accidentally misclicked. Okay, wait, is he talking about what I think he's talking about? Okay, so our Echo knows something about this. You lost your dog? Art. Yes, I'm still rather fragile about it. I'm sorry, that sucks, man. Sir si, davvero. Okay, so he's just talking about a dog. He lost his dog. I suppose it's different experiencing tragedy than performing it. Ah, precisely. I've been troubled since. What kind of dog was he? A German Shepherd of 13 years. He was an old boy then, by the standards of German Shepherds at least. I love German Shepherds and Belgian Shepherds. They have such cute little faces. I'm sure you gave him a great full life with lots of music, of course. Forte lips turned a small grin. Indeed, dog is man's best friend, are they not? It would have been unseemly of me to treat him not unlike my own family. He had such a charm and wit, howling along with my practice. Why, I dare say he prevented me from practicing, times more often than not. Sir Hyde loved to command the attention of all with his gaiety. I don't know what gaiety means. I couldn't help but smirk at the idea of his dog on the theater stage. It was a sweet thought. Yeah, just remember these good old times with Mr. Hyde. Indeed I shall. Thank you, Art. Maybe that's why his dog's name is Hyde, cause like, you know, the play. After the small chat, Art and I thanked Forte for his time and paused near the theater exit to collect our thoughts. And I bet his dog was really fun to play with. Anyway, what did we learn? I don't think we got an answer to the question as much as we did a description of what opera is. I think we did. Forte's kind of a dramatic guy, sure, but I think he is very in tune with his emotions. Just like opera. Satisfied with the answer, Art nodded in understanding. And despite him jumping straight to Forte's worries, Art seemed to have helped Forte recall his fondness of his late friend. Okay, we shall head upstairs and meet with Canon, who is just... Actually, let's see if we can find Lyle. I wonder... Do you know? Nope, okay, we did not find that man. Art and I looked around for Lyle, but he remained as elusive as ever. What the heck? Where is Lyle? Dunno. I'm certain we would have ran into him by now. If we run around some more, we're bound to find him sooner or later. Maybe he's the first dead person. Because, you know, he would in theory be the best at finding out what is to be done. So he's like the closest thing to a detective, I guess, out of everybody here. His skills can be similarly used, I suppose. Time to talk to Canon. Canon can't avoid us forever. Canon was in the atrium, photographing some of the greenery in the center of the grand hall. Art and I hid away behind some bushes, watching quietly. Hey, I know you two are there. Be quiet until I'm done. We watched in silence as she snapped various photos of the plants. Out with it, what do you want? Naka was curious about your talent in relation to the force motive question. Way to throw me under the bus. Wow. Yeah, just wanted to hear your thoughts. There's not much to say. I know who I am. I'm a photographer, a behind-the-scenes kind of person who brings others' visions to life and captures them for eternity. Was this rehearsed or what? No. I just know who I am. With a certainty. Just as Canon was about to make a dramatic exit on that lingering note, Pandora caught her on the way out. Oh, Canon, just the person I wanted to see. And is this about the motive question as well? Indeed. Rukenferg is an interesting subject. Would you mind if I asked, what draws you to it? Yes, I do mind. It's niche and I don't want to waste my breath explaining these nuances to people who wouldn't understand. No activity is so niche that it's acted upon without love, you know. Whatever. Leave me alone. Did I offend you? No. Just, why are you all bombarding me with questions? We're not close. This is how we get close. We make small talk and learn about each other. It's all in good spirit. Well, I really wish you wouldn't bother. Cannon ends the conversation with us and disappears from the atrium. Well, I guess that's that. Sorry you had to walk in on that, Pandora. It's fine. Perhaps it wasn't my place to ask. I shouldn't pry, right? Nah, you didn't do anything wrong. Cannon's just kinda snippy. And that's putting it kindly. Thank you, Art Echo. Excuse me. I just remembered something. I'll see you two around? Oh, sure thing. We'll see you. Is there anybody we haven't talked to? I guess we technically haven't talked to Lyle and Ashley, but... where the fuck is that guy? Where could he be? There's only so many... We haven't checked the jazz room, I guess. And the spa room, so he could be there, but they have supposedly checked everywhere. Did anybody check if the elevator has more floors on it? Or is it just these 2 floors? Is there a basement of some kind? After running around all day, Art and I managed to catch Lyle as he was about to enter his room on the other side of the living quarters hall. Yo, Lyle! Hey there, what's the good word? You're awfully casual for being so difficult to find. Yeah, we finally caught you. Huh? You've been running around this whole building solving puzzles. And we've been running around this whole building looking for you. Oh, I'm in hot demand, is that right? Yeah, we wanted to hear your thoughts on the motive question. We thought it might improve relations, getting to know each other better and all. Ah, that. Forced motive question. It's not a very strong motivator, is it? What if I don't want to talk about it? I suppose you don't have to. Yeah, but we're friends. We should share stuff like this. And friends should know when to let up under pressure. Oh, sorry, Lyle. Art looked down dejectedly. I'm sure Art didn't mean to press you so hard. It's fine. It's just... I've just known puzzles all my life, you know? Puzzle solving is more of a introverted task, if you will. They're generally seen as activities simply for passing the time. Cubing, crosswords, etc. I don't really like thinking about who I am beyond my talent is all. I'm afraid that I'm too boring without puzzles. You're not boring. You're plenty cool. I mean, look around. You've got all sorts of friends here who think you're amazing for charging right towards solving the electric door. Right, Echo? Amazing was one way to put it. Yeah, Lyle, don't beat yourself up. You have a gift. Yeah, you're not like me, Lyle. I'm boring. Thanks, you two. But hey, while you're on the topic, listen to this. I tinkered with the door and I managed to figure something out. Lyle had our attention as he led the way to the foyer. Let's see what he's talking about, because I'm kind of curious myself. I'm kind of sad we don't get to investigate ourselves. I mean, we sort of did when we talked to Missy. Her name being Missy still gives me a little bit of a chuckle. Here we are. Give the door a try. What? No way. Does that mean we don't have to stay here anymore? Well, that's the catch. Go ahead. I gave Lyle a nervous look before reaching slowly for the door handle. Bracing myself, I quickly gripped the handle and... nothing happened. I was fine. Wow, Lyle, you did it! I gave the door a push, but they wouldn't budge. No, what now? What the... is there a barricade or something? I think so. That, or it's just hard locked. So I managed to disable the electric door, but the physical barrier is still an issue now. I admit, I'm relieved that there's more layers to this task. What do you mean? It would have been too boring if I just had to disarm a door. Unconcerned with the discovery, was most satisfied with having more puzzles to solve than he was with removing a trap from the dangerous door. Here's something else that's interesting though. Might be important since it's about the weird killing game twist. After the 9 AM morning announcement, I saw Sei sneaking downstairs from the direction of the atrium, so she's the only one that got the prize, whatever that prize was. You think she actually went to listen to that announcement? I can't think of anything else. Even stranger was after she came down, she went to the dining hall for a minute, but quickly left. I poked around in there and saw this in the pantry. Whoa, a secret note. So, is that the so-called special gift? Yeah, I can only assume. I was confused. How could it have been a special gift from the morning if Pandora shared the note with me in confidentiality last night? I decided to keep quiet about it. Yeah, and why would she put it in the pantry? She's forgetful? I just answered my own question. She did say she's forgetful. So she could have simply forgotten it, but I feel like that's something like, with her antsiness, I don't know, I feel like she wouldn't have forgotten it or would have tried to throw it, like, into the garbage. Unless there just isn't one, which would be weird if it... Maybe, I mean, it kinda would... No. I don't know. I decided to keep quiet about it. I didn't want to confuse things further. I studied it a little more, and the symbols don't match any symbols of the students that are currently here. I cross-referenced the note symbols with the ones on our personal room doors and got nothing. That is, if the note symbols even belong to the students. I remember Missy saying something about the other students. Oh? She told me that the preservation project divides ultimate students groups across different wings of the building. Maybe those are students from a different wing. So what would we do if we did know these students? It's not like we've seen them in our part of the building yet. Who knows? You know, that is a curiosity. Are we going to, like, come across different students? Because that would be kind of interesting and would make things a lot more complicated as well if we're in a building where there's, like, multiple sections of the building with different students in groups. Not an impossibility, but I think kind of unlikely for us to be in a place where there's other students. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking too little of that possibility. Let me do a thing real quick. Just want to check on something. Nose itchy. Man, my sight is like... I feel like my sight's getting a little worse. It is what it is. It is what it is. Who knows? Could it be morphogenetic field theory? I have no idea what that means. Alal muttered something under his breath. Morpho what? Don't worry about it. It makes me wonder though, are we meant to be recognizing other students? For example, I believe I recall Ashley and Echo being friends before this, am I wrong? No, you're right. I thought it was just me though. Right, see, for me, I recognize Art's school emblem, AA Academy, right? Huh? Yeah, how'd you know? I went to Rainmoth Institute. I remember seeing your school symbol when our schools merged. My school used to be called Signal Prep High School before the merger. I thought you were so cool, representing a whole school to influence a merger. That's kind of embarrassing. It was such a long time ago, I hardly remembered it. Why not? It's amazing that you used your golf skills to make things happen. Our school has never been in better shape thanks to your help. Did I read that right? Yes, I did. Ah, thanks, but people claiming that my games aren't interesting enough since I always get the same results, a hole in one. They always say games should be entertaining. They should just play golf themselves, you know? Besides, Lyle, you're the cool one. I mean, you used your deduction or whatever to figure out how to disarm a dangerous door. That's more utility than I could ever imagine. Ah, it's nothing. The door doesn't even open anyway. It's still some awesome though. I feel like you could even figure out what the deal is with the killing game announcement stuff. Oh yes, that's the end goal. I'm just working my way through all these small pieces they've given me. The two talked energetically as I awkwardly watched. I do wonder now, since Lyle seems to be quite fond of art. Let me see real quick. A theory. Yeah, it might just be that the photos that are shown when you hover over a person might just be the people the character has like a high opinion of. Or I suppose the highest opinion, right? Because for Kanon, it's nobody. She doesn't really like anybody here, so there is no like profile little pictures of anybody on the sidebar there, I guess I'll call it that. But for everybody else, you know, it's like Art did mention knowing about Ashley, and of course Ashley is there, so it makes sense that he has a high opinion of Ashley. And, you know, he clearly has a high opinion on Lyle. Pandora as well, I assume, because she's been so nice. And then it's kind of reciprocal with Pandora having high opinions of Art, of Sei for their craftsmanship, and Ashley kind of likes Pandora. I assume because Pandora's just nice. Very easy to be liked when you're nice, I suppose. And then there's Echo, who has a high opinion of Lyle. Don't know why yet. I kind of forgot some dialogue. Maybe some dialogue mentioned something. I'm still confused about the numbers on her sleeve. 431 has a high opinion of Missy, which kind of makes sense. That was sort of a thing in the beginning. And then a high opinion of Ashley, because best friend. Forte Solo has a high opinion on Kanon for some reason. Maybe it's just a respect for her art. High opinion on Art, and a high opinion on Missy. Cyrus has a high opinion on Echo. Interesting. Missy has a high opinion on Ashley, Forte, and Pandora. And Ashley has a high opinion on Missy, Pandora, and Echo. I wonder if that will change over time. That is something that is interesting to think about. The two talked energetically as I awkwardly watched. Sorry, Echo. We're just over here talking your ears off, huh? That's alright. I'll take my leave now if you guys want to continue. Sure, it's been fun hanging out with you. Let me know if you come across anything else weird, alright? Art and Lyle left, shattering along the way out. They really clicked, huh? Despite Art's lack of sensitivity. I turned around and glanced over the digital kiosk in the foyer, looking for the time. 1500. It's already 3 in the afternoon. Nothing regarding the killing game has happened all day. I guess I should be relieved. I am a little bit worried, you know, because the announcer did say that if nothing happens, consequences, right? It is a bit wearisome that, I mean, everybody seems kind of chill so far. Nobody seems to be antsy enough to, like, do anything bad. But, if we don't, I guess we'd be just calling the announcer's bluff if nobody kills anybody. But then again, if nobody kills anybody, there could be other consequences. We just don't know enough. I guess I should be relieved. I really wanted to find Ashley, but it seemed like she was trying her best to put distance between us. I suppose I'll pass the time in the study. I made my way to the study and skimmed the collection of encyclopedias. An interesting titled book, Odd Theme Parks Across the World, caught my attention. With the tome in hand, I settled in the warmly lit study and began to leaf through the pages. I passed the time reading about a strange underwater theme park called Lemu. Capital E, lowercase e, capital L, lowercase e, capital M, lowercase u, Lemu. I wonder if that's supposed to mean something. Probably not. I looked up from the book's pages and towards the ringing sound coming from the ceiling. It's now 4 p.m. And no one has died yet? How boring. Here's something that'll pump up your blood to shed some blood. Some inspiring, exciting, and energizing music. Music? There's one special request from many of you at home. Enjoy. The announcement finished and a cacophony of obnoxious noise started playing overhead. What kind of music is this? I dropped the book to cover my ears, but it was pointless. The reverberation pierced through my skull and pounded through the walls. What the hell? This is what we call CIA's fucking psychological torture method number 1. Scouring the room, I looked for the speaker, hoping to block the noise, but my efforts were futile. I ran out of the study, but the din kept crashing through my head, amplified worse from bouncing off the hallway walls. Where is everyone? I instinctively went to the foyer, but it was no use. The door was disarmed, but it was still barricaded. What can I do? The noise was more severe in the foyer as it crashed off the walls and echoed through the main chamber. My head was pounding, and I could feel the vibration in my body and my heart beating in my ears. Turning away from the main doors, I saw a shadowy movement at the top of the stairs. Hey! The shadow disappeared. I mustered out a cry for attention, but it was drowned out by the noise. Okay, so yeah, somebody's gonna want to stop the noise, and who's most likely to get freaked out by all of this noise? Honestly, I can't think of anybody. Kanno would just get very grumpy, but I don't know if she'd get grumpy enough to murder somebody. Cannon. I want to just call her Kanno. Speeding up the stairs, the shadow was nowhere to be seen. Shoot, where did they go? I peeked through the glass doors of the closest room, the spa lounge, and spotted Pandora reclined in one of the lounging chairs. Finally someone to help me with this horrible situation. I threw the door wide open and rushed in. The music persisted as echoes of its beat flooded into the circular chamber. Pandora, what's going on? I can't find anybody. No reaction. Pandora? Let me see what the log said. I closed the distance between us and gently laid my hand on her shoulder. The music stopped playing. Uh-oh. Time froze. My breath escaped me once more, slowly came to realize what happened. I felt my blood run cold as my eyes laid fixed on the stillness before me. Oh, she's the first to die. And I said, I hope she wouldn't be the first. God damn it, there I go, running my mouth off, and guess what happens? Choked to death, too. There was no response from her. Pandora was dead. Oh, we have our first murder. It does not seem like she was safe at all. Maybe it's because she told us about the whole ticket thing. Whatever protections she may have had, were not granted. I darted out of the spa lounge, my eyes tearing through the hall as I screamed at the top of my lungs for help from anyone. Help! Two people swept in at the sound of my voice. What is it? Stop making so much noise. The music is making enough of a racket. It's Pandora. She's... Where is she? We raced back to the spa lounge. Cyrus and Cannon's eyes were bound immediately toward the horrific sight. Cannon gasped sharply and flinched. She has bracelets. Not bracelets, braces. Nearly toppling over backwards from the recoil. Cyrus's expression hardened. A quiet anger emanated from him, it almost palpable in the air. I myself was completely drained. All I could do was stare in a cold silence. Finally, the music ceased and a new announcement began. Well, somebody fucking did it. Who the hell could have, I understand music being loud for a good while can actually have psychologically damaging results on a person, but I'm pretty sure the loud ass music was not around for that long. It must have been deathly loud in order for somebody to be enough is enough and just murder somebody. At last, a body has been discovered in the spa lounge. You will be granted a period of investigation, and then we will begin our class trial. Please accept this generous gift of a special report called the Monokuma file. It will be printed from the digital kiosk, and it outlines the details of our poor lost friend. Your lives depend on solving this case, so get a crack on. The announcement called out, also allowing stiff apprehension to suffocate the scene. Investigation? They want us to investigate Pandora's dead body? And how dare the announcer call her a poor lost friend? It's their fault for forcing this game on us. Echo, please calm yourself. It appears we're being given an opportunity to right this wrong. It may be difficult to swallow, but this didn't just happen out of nowhere. Someone did this. A culprit. Huh? A culprit? It's only appropriate. The culprit we are seeking is the killer. Is the killer responsible for Pandora's death? Can we scroll? Yeah, save. His voice was firm, but I could see him clenching his jaw and his eyebrows furrowed as he looked back at the body. Cannon, however, stood unmoving. She neither moved nor spoke since I saw her flinch at the first sight. It's like she froze. Right. The door flew open and suddenly I heard everyone clamoring at the spa entryway. Eek! Say shrieked and immediately fainted. Say! The rest of the students made their way, fright painting everyone's faces as they each caught sight of the spa's terrible centerpiece. Unbelievable. I wish that the announcement was made in jest, but it appears I would have been made a fool for hoping. Oh. Yeah, Lila's like, oh, because he thought this whole time this shit was just a game. He was the only one who thought legitimately it was a game. He's like, oh shit. This is too much. Why Pandora? Why? Everyone seemed at a loss, with good reason for sure. The announcement said we were given a period of investigation, but I couldn't help but think it was such a detached request. Investigate the murder of our friend? Where would we even begin? Missy's commanding voice broke the silence. So, we've been instructed to investigate such a thing. The Monokuma file should tell all about the means of her death. But how do we even start? Does anyone know the first thing about investigating a dead body? No one spoke, but Missy pressed on. All we can do is investigate to the best of our ability. If there's even a small trifling matter that plays into this, keep it in mind. We must put our foot forward in investigating if we are to find this heartless culprit. I have a bad feeling that the class trial may be an unforgiving scene. It's such a tragedy. Dreadful more so that we must be the ones who discover the culprit among us. Among us! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Everyone was visibly stressed. We all stood some feet away from the body, afraid of approaching the reality of our situation. The air was thick with tension, but Ashley cut it through. Missy's right. We need to get to the bottom of this. Someone killed our friend for some awful reason, if not for the ultimate prize. Murder is murder. Someone dies at another's hand, and that's life taken away. One lives, one dies. There's no gray area about it. Ashley's eyes were fiery with intent. Someone here... She trailed off, but we could fill in the blanks on our own. She didn't dare to utter out the idea that someone standing within our ranks did this. She marched over and gently laid a hand on Pandora's, sharing a moment of silence for her. The rest of the group was unnerved, but silently agreed. Missy and Ashley were stern, but they were right. And I was shocked at the sight of Pandora's body. But I mostly felt sad. She looked peaceful, suspended in a newfound endless slumber. The longer I looked at Pandora, the more the suffocating melancholy in my heart grew. My heart ached to hear her voice again, to see her smile. She had so much life, and it was dashed away in an instant. I clung to whatever memories I had of her. I couldn't let her warmth, her love, her hope go unforgotten. Someone killed her, and we needed to find out who. Not only for peace of mind, but for Pandora's sake. Strangulation. We need to find the item, assuming it was not done with the hand, and there's something in the pool, which I don't know if that was in there before. Maybe have been done with that very thing in order to prevent fingerprints from, forming. And despite my fervor, I was still anxious about investigating a body. It was only natural. Just this morning, Pandora was so animated, sharing her breakfast pastries and getting along with everyone, but now all signs of life were erased, leaving a cold semblance of her person. I tried to work through the nerves by asking the others their thoughts on the situation. That is, if anyone had anything to say. Investigation commence. Okay, the Monokuma file. The Monokuma file shed some light on Pandora's death. It looks like a considerable amount has been conveniently omitted. Or rather, the entire file has been paraphrased for the purpose of vagueness. May I have a look? Missy handed me a black postcard-sized sheet. Monokuma file, victim. Pandora Esper. Cause of death, victim suffered from strangulation, no further injuries detected. So, it was a strangulation, okay. The victim's body was discovered in the second floor spa lounge. Victim suffered strangulation. The estimation time of death is 1605. No further injuries detected. So, it was strangulation, but is that all the information we have? Unfortunately. However, we have yet to inspect the scene itself. I trust none of the first witnesses shifted anything around upon arrival. No, I didn't touch anything. I saw her body, ran out and yelled for help, which called Cyrus and Cannon. Neither of them approached her. Well, there's not much else we can do. I swallowed hard. I still wasn't ready to confront the body, but I steeled myself regardless. Something kept in my heart, something deep in my heart told me I needed to do something. Echo, I know what you're thinking. It's hard, but we need to face her. Let me save. Thoughts. What to do first? Well, I could get myself some food. That would be kind of cool. I am hungry. So how about we do that? I shall scamper off, get my food, assuming the chicken is still warm, and I'll be right back in approximately 5 minutes, give or take. Things have just gotten pretty intense though, so we'll see how this goes on. I kind of don't want to stop. I want to keep going. Yo, this music got kinda crazy though. Kinda crazy. Anyways, I returned with my burrito. I don't know how long that was, but it felt shorter than I thought. I tried to stuff my burrito with as much chicken as possible. It wasn't a lot, to be fair. It's like a couple of forkfuls. And I say forkfuls because I had to scoop it out of there without, you know, getting all that water on the burrito itself. Alright. I don't think I'll get all that much information from everybody just yet. So let's just look at Pandora's body. It's Pandora's body. Pandora's bracelet, formerly a rose gold color like my own, was now a vibrant neon pink. I guess it meant she's gone. As difficult as this is, we have to search the body for clues of the scene, for scenes of clues. Nevertheless, Missy was having a hard time looking directly at Pandora's body. I don't blame him. Do you notice anything odd? I briefly look at Pandora's neck. Her neck seems to be in pretty bad shape. It looks red from some kind of stress. But other than that, I can't figure anything else out. In the victim report, and according to the Monokuma file, the cause of death states she suffered strangulation. Let's think about it. If she was strangled, with what did the culprit strangle her with? Good question. Do you think the culprit went to the climbing center and used a rope? Or perhaps they were cruel to use their own bare hands? I shuddered at the thought. The fact that we had to think of how the culprit committed such a thing was unnerving. There's a scrap of paper there. What's that all about? There's a scrap of paper in the pool. What's that? Not sure. I carefully fished out the scrap of paper, taking care not to tear it. Yeah, that shit's wet as hell. That shit's gonna go the moment you take it out. A little too fast. It was soaked, causing the words to become completely illegible. We need to check her pockets. Because if she still has her note, that's the note that was with the symbols. If she has her note in her pocket, that means that Lyle might be the reason for this, because Lyle was the one who found Say's paper in the pantry. But you know, let's be sure. Don't come to any conclusions just yet. It was so causing the words to be completely illegible. Now it's impossible to read. Yeah, it's ruined. It almost fell apart in my hands. A note, perhaps? However, the writing is impossible to decipher at this point. But how could this refuse be remotely related to the case at hand? Don't know. It seems kind of out of place, though. Remember, the announcement from this morning said that there was a special gift for whoever went to the atrium. That is correct. It is possible that this note was supposed to be the special gift? I can't say. However, I noticed the larger ink blots were vaguely in the shape of something I had seen before, and left the shreds of paper inside the pool. Okay, so our character doesn't recognize what it is, even though my ass can recognize what it is. Hot take. If I can recognize what it is, the damn character should. But, oh well. It is what it is, I guess. There doesn't seem to be anything else to touch around the room. So discuss. I'll talk with Lyle. Niall, what are you thinking? If I'm being honest, I don't know. There's not a lot on this scene to dissect. The only thing that caught my eye was that shred of paper in the spot pool, but it's completely ruined. I expected a bit more keen observation from him, but even Lyle was either was stumped or too shocked to speak on the matter. Maybe Canon has something that she could speak on? Don't talk to me. Canon spoke through tight, gritted teeth. She looked disturbed. Nope, okay. She's just gonna be useless? Is Sei alright? Sei passed out, didn't she? Sei fainted as soon as she entered the spa lounge. Forte was kind enough to situate her in a spare chair out to the side to regain her strength. Okay, she's still out for the count. I really doubt Art has anything useful to say, but I think I'm gonna be sick. I rubbed his back as he took deep breaths. Hey, it'll be okay. Art could barely eke out a word in his state. About Cyrus. This is distressing to say the least. Echo, were you the first one to hear? Yeah. I didn't catch anyone on my way here though, so I can't say I saw anyone suspicious who could have done this. You came pretty quick after I shouted. Did you see anyone? I can't say I did. I was in the climbing center right next door too. Was Canon with you? She came at about the same time as you, if I recalled correctly. No, I was by myself. While I was in the climbing center, I left the door open if anyone wanted to join in the recreation. No one came by the center, and I didn't leave until I heard your voice. I ran into Canon shortly thereafter in the hallway just in front of the spa lounge. Weird. I didn't run into anyone on the first floor either, so whoever did it must have just finished? Yeah, that's unlikely. Regardless, how did the culprit give us the slip? Cyrus was grumbling to himself as he tried to organize the events past. Alright, Forte, anything? Is it really possible that the music provoked murder? I can't wrap my head around music being used to motivate something so extreme. I agree. I cannot condone the vilifying of music. It's proven that music has therapeutic qualities, but conversely, select sounds have the ability to cause anxiety and other negative effects. In that case, maybe the motivating music was meant to make us stop thinking clearly? I definitely felt startled when it began. Perhaps. The rhythm of the music can affect your body given our experience with the motivating music. It was high-paced and likely used to cause, as the announcer said, blood-pumping excitement? I suppose those qualities could have been abused to activate a fight or flight response that would inevitably end up like this. Is that so? That wretched music was certainly irritating, but for someone to succumb and produce such an intense reaction, to what end? Was the music really that motivating? I mean, it motivated you to get the hell out of Dodge and, like, call out for people, and clearly it was giving you a bit of a headache, but I thought it would have been the loudness itself that was a problem, not, you know, what kind of music it was. Echo. It's selfish, but I heard the announcement. I was relieved to see you standing in the room. That said, Pandora didn't deserve this. No one deserved this. I just hope she didn't suffer. Ashley fell silent and stared at our lost friend. I had never seen Ashley so distraught. I admit, this is nothing if not shocking to see. The words were unwavering, but Missy's voice was cracked and disjointed. Yeah, I can't believe it actually happened. It's inconceivable, and to Pandora nonetheless. She held together quite strongly. I'm certain her spirit would not have been crushed by a game constructed of fear. Alas, there's no use thinking in hopeful hypotheticals now that this has occurred. Yeah. I was shaken at how articulate, even on the subject of death, Missy remained. Well, it's her profession. Okay, we can continue on from here. Because there's nothing... Yeah, there's nothing else. Damn. Continue is our only option. After investigating Pandora's body, I felt exhaustion like none other. Never in my life did I think I would be experiencing something like this. The weight of the shock and melancholy of it all bore heavy on my shoulders. Is there nothing else we can do? I wonder, did anyone else see anything else suspicious on their way over here? We looked at one another, but no one replied. Everyone was understandably on edge. Of course, no one wanted to talk about it. It appears we've exhausted all avenues of investigation here. Such a lackluster amount of clues doesn't bode well for us. Yes, but if we've done all we can looking into the scene, there's nothing left to do but discover Pandora's killer. Of course, that's easier said than done. Yeah. I heard Kanan grumbling in the corner. She seemed distressed. Alright, I think I've given you all enough leeway to get yourself together. So, it's time for the class trial. I hope you have enough ammunition to shoot down the culprit. If not, then I guess you're all out of luck. There is an elevator in the main foyer that will cruise you all down to the special class trial courtroom. If you do not assemble in the elevator quickly, I'll send out a radio transmission that will release the toxic gas in your bracelets. You want to find out who did it, right? You don't want your lives to end because before you've even had the chance to defend yourselves, right? All that and more will be available for your group in the courtroom. Let's get a move on. I'll be seeing you shortly. The announcement went out and as quickly as it came. Yeah, that shit's kinda rough. So, let me eat my food before I talk again. There we go. So, this is really happening. The group shifted anxiously around. Well, what are we waiting for? Ashley took the first strides out of the room, but not without giving Pandora one last somber look from the doorway. Forte gently eased Sei awake, turning her gaze from the unsightly scene and helping her as she hobbled out. One by one, the others filtered out of the spa lounge. I stood back for a moment to take one last look at Pandora. Damn. We all stepped into the large elevator and began the dark descent into the supposed courtroom. I like how you say that like it's a question, supposed. And the elevator sailed noiselessly toward our unknown destination for what felt like an eternity. The elevator sailed noiselessly. Okay, silently we stood. No one dared speak. I had a lump in my throat from anxiety, the fear, the sadness. My stomach was knotted, my head dizzy, my heart aching. The spa lounge we were meant to investigate came short of any useful clues. We were only able to produce 2 traces of evidence, one fact of which was already stated simply in the victim report, and the other was a secret note that only few were aware of. Nervous was an understatement, and I was at a complete loss. The elevator eventually slid to a standstill, shaking me from my thoughts. The doors opened to reveal our rendezvous point. The spacious dome-shaped room was topped with a glass ceiling, a third of the foundation revealing the sunset sky outside of our confines. The walls themselves are barren and simple, a matte navy blue with a rim light illuminating the room. Hanging on the wall across the way was a grim picture frame representing Pandora. Her profile had been crudely stricken out with a violent pink X. The picture frame was positioned so that it was looking almost hauntingly over a circular group of podiums. It was a bleak place to think there was a dedicated location for whatever was about to occur. Just what were we here? Sorry, I misread that. Welcome one and all to the trial grounds. The stand before you will be the key locale for today's trials, so let's see some hustle, people. The announcement was much more imposing in the courtroom, echoing through the dome chamber, each reverberation almost pushing us into place. We steadily settled in and stood in silence. At the stands, we were placed in a circular fashion. Blech. Our faces, our fears, and our emotions were exposed to one another. The atmosphere, thick with anxiety, was palpable and crushing. I could feel my heavy heart pounding in my head. My palms were sweaty, yet I could feel a dreadful, eerie chill go up my spine. I tried to be strong, but my knees were weak, my breath short. We were here because of one unmistakable fact. Someone killed her. Well, ain't that the truth? I hope you can't hear me just munching on my food. I apologize if it can. Pandora Expert, the ultimate baker. A gentle and caring person who wanted nothing more than to share her good spirit and delectable treats with the world. Someone here was responsible for her death. And the only thing that kept me standing firm was the drive to figure out who heartlessly ended her life. The light began to flicker weakly from the center of the circle of stands. The flickering gained strength as a shape began to take form within the light. Something like the shape of a person began to appear. Welcome one and all. Welcome to the courtroom. Who are you? What is that? Who am I? What is that? Answer to those questions don't matter too much. Besides, I think you ought to have more pressing questions since something super bad has transpired. All you really need to know is that I'm your lovely judge for today's trial. Okay, maybe I'm not a real certified judge or whatever, but I will be the one passing judgment on what happens today and after each subsequent murder to come. Judge but not really a judge is too long and confusing, so address me, so you may call me Zero. Okay, bro. Okay, little bro. It's like the hologram of a person named Zero presented itself, giving a face to the voice of our killing game announcer. Class trial, all rise. Without further ado, I take it you all know why you're here. Question mark? Jeez, you're all a quiet bunch, aren't you? You're all here to suss out who done it. In other words, you're all on trial to figure out who the culprit of today's heinous crime is. Did you think you could just get away with murder and win the prize? Nah, it's not that simple. The rules are as follow. Discuss, discover, and determine who the culprit is among your group. Triple D. A majority vote will seal the individual's fate, and we'll just see what happens from there, yeah? One of few outcomes will occur. Determine and vote incorrectly, and the entire class is executed, with the culprit alone able to walk free and win the ultimate prize. That's the ideal endgame for the culprit. Determine the vote correctly, and the culprit alone will receive proper retribution and perish at the hands of your group's decision. Phew, you just might live to see another day. Our victim today is Pandora Esper, the ultimate baker. A sweet young lady who could do nothing wrong. Or could she? Well, people can surprise you. I said that like it was a question. So, with that out of the way, get to talking. Who exactly are you? What? You're just still asking that even though I introduced myself all nice? You should have bigger concerns than that. Talk about the murder. I can't believe who did it isn't your top priority right now. I mean, you know. Huh? No one wants to talk? Need I remind you your lives are kind of on the line? If none of you start talking, you'll all default to having lost a trial and you'll all be executed. You don't want that, do you? Executed? What does that mean? The dictionary's definition of executed, to carry out a sentence of death. It's really quite simple. On the one hand, it makes my job easier, and I don't have to listen to bad deductions. On the other hand, I'd be terribly bored if this game didn't go past the first chapter. Everyone? Please, we need to discuss who could have possibly done the unthinkable. As stifling or even irrelevant as something might be, if you have any concerns about the case, speak now. I do. It's scary. Say, are you okay? Say, please don't push yourself. Yes, thank you. If he wants us to talk, I'll talk. I'll talk about how scared I am. I just want to go home. I can't get used to anything around here. I don't know any of you people. And then someone gets killed? Say, I understand it's difficult, but discussing our friend's death is necessary to ensure we don't find a similar fate ourselves. At the very least, we can try to remember our last moments with her. That Zero is right. We don't want to go down without a fight, right? Why don't we begin with Pandora's last known whereabouts? The silence in the room was oppressive. You know what else is oppressive? I don't know. I couldn't come up with something. A trial to defend ourselves? Why did I need to defend myself if I know for a fact that I would never kill her? Regardless, no one knew where to start. Well then, I shall begin. Last I saw her, we were sharing a quiet breakfast. I can back that. The group was composed of Art, Echo, Missy, Pandora, and myself in the dining hall from around 7:40 to 10 a.m. After that, we all kind of went our own way. I went around the mansion with Echo to talk to the others who weren't at breakfast. Who did we see again, Echo? It was Say, Cannon. We didn't see Ashley. Say, Cannon, Forte, Ashley. Oh yeah! Those people were Say, Cannon, Forte, and Lyle, and we asked them about their talents. That's right. But when we were touring the mansion, we met with those four and no one else. The ones we didn't see after breakfast were Pandora and Ashley. I mean, we met with Pandora when we were talking to Cannon, but she didn't stick around long. She said she had somewhere to be and left to go who knows where. So there's a period of time in which no one saw Pandora last, is that correct? That window apparently being somewhere between 10 a.m. and to approximately 4, that is a lot of hours. That is 6 hours. Can anyone else provide their whereabouts in that approximate time frame? I was alone in the study for a good portion of the afternoon. I went to the theater at about 2:30 p.m. Oh, you must have left just before I went in. I went to the study at 3 p.m. I spent my time in my personal room. I wasn't in one place. I was investigating the mansion until 3. That is, I met up with Art for a little bit and eventually landed in the jazz club right before 4. I was regaling myself with the amenities in the theater for much of the afternoon. I was in my room too. After I had my meal with Art and Echo, I went back and didn't leave at all. I'm getting a little suspicious of Say, a little bit, but not by much. Because I'm still thinking about that paper, and we never checked to see if she had the paper in her, and if, I guess we could ask Lyle right now if he has the paper. If he doesn't, that's suspicious. I was at the atrium for a while. It looks like no one has a particularly strong alibi except Art and Echo, who can vouch for each other until 3 p.m. What does that mean? It means that since many of us were acting on our own for an extended period of time, our whereabouts can be heavily doubted. Anyone could have lied about their activity and instead set up some sort of trap to get rid of Pandora, since no one saw each other. So we're all suspicious? It's difficult to narrow down who is potentially suspicious on these claims alone. Let's calm down and think thoroughly. Why don't we move the topic to the forced motive question? The question, along with the motivation music, was provided to push someone to commit crime. We had to figure out what about the question would have caused such distress. The forced motive question. A small group of us talked about it briefly this morning over breakfast, but ultimately we couldn't figure out the purpose of the question. Why don't we discuss the purpose now that everyone is present? I guess. The motive of the purpose of the motive question. I guess maybe it was to make someone insecure. But everyone seemed relatively secured except for maybe Lyle and Cannon just being Cannon. The question was, are your talents a true representation of who you are? Who are you beyond your talent? What could it mean? And funny enough, with this question, the person that was killed was the one that I would argue was basically 1-on-1 with her talent. At least the most, like, attached to the talent itself. I should pay attention to the statements that might sound interesting. A question to provoke killing? It makes no sense. How could a simple question make us do something as extreme as end someone's life? This morning, we speculated that sharing the history behind our talents would only create a greater bond between us. I may be inclined to agree with that conclusion. It only makes sense after all. But it also is possible that it's a tactic used to instill distrust and cause discord. I'm gonna go with the second part of that whole thing, so let's just skip to that. Instill distrust and cause discord? Maybe? What do you mean by distrust, Ash? Let's say someone didn't want to talk about their talent, despite the talent being something that's highly lauded. If someone wouldn't want to talk about such an unassuming topic, their resistance should be suspicious, right? But just because someone's talent is public knowledge, it doesn't necessarily mean the individual's life and practice behind it should be public as well. Ash, you kept your talent unknown to me for whatever reason. Are you saying you want me to believe you're suspicious? Of course not. How could you even say that? Did you ask someone about the motive questions and not get an answer? No, I didn't want to bother anyone with such a potentially loaded question. Is my talent a true representation of who I am? I never thought about my talent as a representation of me. It was simply a hobby that spiraled into something incredulous. I never would have thought racing would lead me to end up in such a strange mess. Sorry to press you so hard, Ash. Art asked me if I knew anything about your talent, and I couldn't properly answer him. That said, I think this conversation eventually proved your point, that it could cause discord, that there's contention even between us. That's right. I'm sorry if keeping it secret hurts you, Echo. I didn't mean to tie you up in such complications. It's not so complicated. You're my friend. If anything hurts, it's the fact that I burdened you with this topic. Well, that's the purpose of discussion, isn't it? To bring ideas and theories to light? And I don't suppose I just performed an example of the question causing such an altercation. Discussion progress, okay. We're on the right track. Oh, wasn't that something? Best friends reconciling their differences for the sake of proving a point. I suppose every discussion has to start somewhere. Okay, as you were. Right. Thank you for that bookend, Zero. In that case, what if the questions posed was meant to make us look at ultimate students' talents as ends justified the means product? A means justifies served in what? Served with art. No, my boy. The ends justifies the means. Saying in which a result is deemed so important that any method, morally good or bad, may be used to achieve it. In this case, I believe what Echo is saying is regardless of how someone achieves such advancement, talent, or what the person is... Wait, let me read that again. In this case, I believe what Echo is saying is regardless how someone achieved such advanced talent or what the person is like behind it is meaningless in the grand scheme of having an ultimate title. After all, didn't we all sign up for the preservation project knowing full well that we needed to bear an ultimate title? You know what? An ultimate title. A precariously valuable title someone receives for super excelling in their field of expertise. But what does this possibly have to do with Pandora getting killed? There's no way anyone was, like, jealous of her talent or something, was there? We were all strangers before meeting in this scary place anyway. I fully want to believe. I want to believe we can all get that. Believe we all got along with her well. We all got along with each other. In fact, without the killing game pressure, I don't see how anyone could possibly harbor any ill will. Nah, someone has gotta hate her. What? What? I'm bored. You aren't talking about anything interesting, so I thought I'd throw you all a bone to get the ball rolling a little faster. Not one single person is going to be loved by everyone. It's just not possible. How could you say that? She did nothing but show kindness and warmth toward everyone. Pandora only ever wanted to share her good food with the good friends. Yes, she always worked tirelessly to bring us together with her delicacies. Blah. Oh, good show, everyone. You're all such great actors. I guess it's been fun watching, but the discussion isn't really going anywhere. Oh. I'll just put an end to this show. This case, this trial, it's all an elaborate ARG scheme. He's still tripping. Man is coping. He's coping right now. Coping. Lyle? It's all an act. The reason why there's so few clues? It's just a way to save resources. Imagine if the folks setting up the game had to use a bunch of fake blood to create the scene. Although I suppose for the sake of entertainment, such systems exist to waste resources. Lyle, what are you talking about? Pandora isn't dead. She can't be. Nothing adds up. But I suppose if you want me to keep playing, I'll say this. Let's think about who was on the scene first. If I recall correctly, it was Echo, wasn't it? Yeah, I saw Pandora's body first, then I called for help, which made Cyrus and Cannon arrive shortly after. Okay, easy. The culprit is one of you three. What? On what grounds do you think you can speculate that? Pandora's supposed time of death was 4:06, right? No? Wait, yes. Sorry, I was thinking 16:05. I'll set the scene. We're just minding our own business in the mansion, not knowing what's to come. Soon some nasty music starts playing, one of you three starts getting stressed out, so you strangle the first person you see. How else could we narrow down the culprit? There was a little bit of beef. You know, it might be canon. It might be canon, because there's a good chance that Pandora, I can see Pandora being the kind of gal to want to make sure everything's alright and cool and, like, okay with everyone. And so she, you know, after her little, not spat really with Cannon, but Cannon said she wasn't really offended, although I could find her getting really annoyed with Pandora for being all, like, nice and whatever. I'll keep that in mind, but then there's the paper thing. That hasn't been brought up. I'm gonna have to wait until the paper thing gets brought up. How else could we narrow down the culprit? Maybe I'm thinking too much on the paper. It has to be someone who was near the culprit, near the scene after 4 p.m., and that person couldn't have gotten far after escaping the crime scene. In my opinion, a motivation to kill a la stress from music is kind of shoddy writing, but at least there was an attempt. Lau keeps going on about the game being an ARG, but her death seems so real. Huh? Oh, wait, doesn't that mean everyone's alibi from earlier don't amount to anything? Bingo. I believe you all discussed your whereabouts, but up to approximately 3 p.m. latest, but no one said anything from then to 4 p.m. when the music started. The critical moment to consider is the time just before the murder occurred, obviously. If someone offed Pandora via acute strangulation and made their getaway, it's not likely the culprit would have gotten far from then and when Echo supposedly discovered the body. So, with the window of action narrowed down to between 4 and 4:05, does anyone care to share their newly updated whereabouts? Where we all... okay. I need a map. I forgot the layout of the second floor. Where we all were in the approximate time around 4 p.m. leading up to the motivational music. If we all followed through with Lao's speculation, we might glean some information that will help us. After hanging out with Lao, I went to the atrium. The music was blasting in there. Missy joined me in the theater after the music started. I thought Forte and I could go backstage and control the sound system, but our attempts were futile. I was in my room still, hiding under the covers. I told you, I was in the foyer, leading up to the music. It was noisy, sure, but nothing I couldn't deal with. I was in the jazz club. I told Echo earlier as well. I was in the climbing center and saw no one suspicious dart past the door. Like say, I was in my room too. Can we pull up a map real quick? I assume not. I assume they just want us to memorize. What's the closest to the spa? Damn, I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me see, roster, controls. Has the roster changed, actually? Okay. Not really. Atrium. Theater. Jazz club. I forgot where the jazz club is. Let me read into the open door thing, maybe? Why did you leave the door open in the first place? I left it open just in case anyone else wanted to join me. That's it? Is that reason so unbelievable? I guess not. Okay, that was the wrong one. But if he was up there, we saw somebody running past. Atrium was also upstairs, right? Did you run to the atrium when the music started playing? No, I was already around that area after hanging out with Lyle. Why would I go to a giant room that echoes to avoid the horrible music? True. So jazz room? It can't be the theater. There's an alibi. Jazz club? Wait a minute, Lyle. I know for a fact that the jazz club is soundproof. That's right. When I attempted to play the cello yesterday, you and Cyrus were just outside the jazz club in the hallway. Neither of you seemed to have any reaction when we came out shortly after. That means it's possible that Lyle is exempt from hearing the motivational music. Does it? I suppose you're onto something. I admit, I don't even know what the motivational music sounds like, but nothing. That's an awfully precarious situation you've put yourself in, Lyle. Sure, it's odd, but what's stranger still is how did Lyle know about the motivational music if he never heard it? The kiosk. Remember, they translate sound to text, but this time I only saw a message. It said something like preserving the atmosphere of the room. 0. What's up? You are the judge of this trial, but you are also the announcement operator outside these walls. I assume you can assist us with something clerical like this. Can you tell us what the kiosk's message said in specific? Your current room is a special room that blocks all outside sound to preserve the atmosphere of the room. Please enjoy to your heart's content. I didn't write that, by the way. So you're saying we could have avoided the noise entirely? Isn't that too convenient? Wait a minute. In that case, what if Lyle is the one who killed Pandora? What? Didn't I just say that it was the music that would have provoked someone to kill her? I was in the jazz club. I didn't even hear the music. Therefore, wouldn't have felt like I wouldn't have felt the motivation to move. No, you could have killed her in the jazz club and then moved the body to the spa lounge. That would explain the lack of clues in the spa lounge. This is troublesome. Did any of us investigate the jazz club afterwards? No, I was so shocked from seeing the body that I didn't even think about looking elsewhere. I think we all were just as astonished as soon as we heard the body discovering Shime. So perhaps Lyle counted on the fact and did in fact kill her in the jazz club. He doesn't have an alibi for a large portion of the afternoon anyways. Saying something like scouring the mansion for clues, he could have spent the whole day unsupervised plotting the terrible thing that ended Pandora's life. Hey, haven't you heard the phrase extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence? Well, that's not out of the question. After all, the ultimate puzzle master could have set up something elaborate. So elaborate, the answer to this murder puzzle goes right over our heads. That can't be possible. I was in the climbing center, which is between the spa lounge and jazz club. If Lyle committed a crime in the jazz lounge, I would have been plainly witness to the change of scene. You very well could have constructed the alibi to assist Lyle in his dark activity. Now why on earth would I lie about such a thing? Settle down. Yelling at each other with hypotheticals isn't getting us anywhere. Agreed. If it will quell Sai and Forte's worries, let's tackle their initial theory and go from there. Sai and Forte are wrapped up in the possibility. Is it worth discussing? Just to get it out of the way, sure. Just to be safe. We shouldn't leave anything to doubt. If Lyle isn't the culprit, then he shouldn't have any problem clearing the air. Are you kidding me? Fine. What would my motive be for killing her? I didn't hear the motivational music, so that's out of the question. And I didn't speak to her about the forced motive question since I haven't seen her all afternoon. So tell me, based on my lack of time around Pandora, do I even have any clear reason to get rid of her? Oh my stars, you're all so bad at this. What? I'll tell you all for certain that nothing happened in the jazz club. Huh? I'm telling you this because you are all just awful at this whole trial thing. That's how trials work, buddy. You kind of have to go through one thing and another. Heh. Jeez, I guess that's what happens when there's no ultimate detective around, huh? And your ultimate photographer is so quiet, she's all but dropped dead at this point. If she dropped dead, you'd have to go through another trial, and I don't think I have the patience to watch you run in circles at this rate. Alright, since this is clearly going nowhere, allow me to throw you a bone. I like how this game is just like, fuck you. Here. There's something strange about the note in the spa room, don't you think? Well, I was thinking that, but like, I could never bring it up. Lyle very conveniently managed to redirect the conversation from the piece of evidence on the scene. Now I'll let you all think for yourselves. The note. The note must have had something to do with Pandora's murder, but what? I'm certain Art and Lyle know something about it, since Lyle brought it up with us, but... Hello? What's with all the dead air? Don't want to talk anymore? You don't want everyone to die without giving the trial your best shot, do you? Like, are any of you even trying to save yourselves? Maybe I should stop giving you these opportunities. Pfft. The courtroom fell silent, and it seems we all neglected the gravity of the situation, or rather, we were avoiding it. It's just, nothing felt real. Pandora's death, her body hardly showed any signs of injury. It was like she was asleep. It was if we all wanted to forget. It's as if we all wanted to forget the reality of the topic at hand, which was that someone had killed our friend. We kept dodging and darting around the main issue. Yes, as painful as it is, we must discuss the murder. It may be hopeless at the moment, but we don't have much information to work with, but clues will reveal themselves as we bring about certain topics to light. So, don't hold your tongue. We must do this to save ourselves. Then I'll start with her cause of death. From there, it'll probably be easier to reason out potential culprits. According to the Monokuma file, it was strangulation. We can identify that she was strangled. Can we identify what she was strangled with? We have to touch upon the possibilities. It may be difficult to think about, but no one said such a fight would be easy. There was no struggle, or at least sign of it, in the room. Just what was Pandora strangled with? Is there something we're missing? I was thinking it might have been rope from the ceiling center. It's horrifying to think about, but perhaps the culprit used her own hands. Let us narrow down our thoughts and eliminate things that would be unlikely. We also ought to think about what in the spa lounge could be used. There wasn't anything in the spa lounge that could be used. I'm gonna talk about the rope. Maybe. A rope seems like a common enough tool for things like this. Yeah, but Cyrus said he didn't see anyone near the climbing center. And I don't recall seeing any rope left in the spa lounge. The culprit could have retrieved it far in advance and disposed of it after the fact, though. Like, yes, but why not dispose of the suspicious note as well? It was left in such a conspicuous place. Isn't that strange? Oh, well, as long as we're able to eliminate options, it'll get us closer to the truth, right? I mean, something... I feel like it would have left handprints if it was their own hands, but we saw marks that didn't really look like handprints. Okay, spa lounge, let's talk about that. What in the spa lounge could it be used? If we consider the following. The climbing center and jazz clubs were occupied by one person each. Neither of the occupants saw anyone else during their stay. And the killing occurred soon after the 4 p.m. music, so it's unlikely the culprit could have only used whatever was available on location. What, if anything, could be used? Think. What is the murder weapon? Is that the towel that's like right there? Could it be? Echo, are you onto something? I think so. You brought up a good line of thought that made me rethink the scenario. I recall seeing something that might answer our question. I believe the culprit may have used a towel to strangle her. It's an unassuming object, isn't it? Of course, there are going to be towels in the spa lounge, so the culprit took advantage of the location and utilized the tools available. The tool being the very towel that she was resting her head on. Then they must have strangled her by wrapping the towel around her neck and pulling until she stopped struggling. Until she stopped struggling and breathing altogether. It would explain the lack of fingernails dug in, as well as explain why I didn't see anyone near the climbing center in the event rope was used. It might just be conjecture, but it's the best thing we have so far. Well, there's something bothering me, if I may. What I don't get is,
Why was Pandora seemingly so relaxed on the spa? She was reclined and there were no signs of a struggle in the whole room. That's what I said. Like, if you were getting choked out on a damn thing, you would probably fall out of it trying to, attempt to stop getting choked. There must have been the obnoxious music playing in the spa room too, and so I doubt she would have stayed. That's strange indeed. I certainly wouldn't concentrate on the climbing grips once I started. That music was so annoying. I didn't know it was playing until I was outside. More importantly, Echo, did you bonk your head on or something? The spa lounge is soundproof. Huh? Well, I guess that makes sense since I threw the door open upon entering. Hang on, the lounge is soundproof? Whoops, was that not common knowledge? Hold it, explain it yourself. Well, wouldn't she have heard the music the moment the person entered the room anyways, unless the person was in there with her? So who would have been in there? Does that have relevance to the trial? If the spa lounge is soundproof, and the motivational music was playing throughout the rest of the mansion, then that means the person was not affected by that and just decided to kill her. Unless, they just went in there and killed her, which doesn't make sense. Whoever was in the lounge with Pandora must have not been aware of the music. Zero, I noticed your kiosk message. You didn't specify which room was soundproof. You simply said your current room is a special room, is that correct? I said I didn't write that. But, yeah, I guess it did say that, didn't it? Heck, fine. Yes, all second floor rooms are soundproof. Happy? All second floor rooms? In that case, wouldn't Pandora have been completely relaxed and unaware of the motivational music when it started at 4 p.m.? Wait, that's right. Well, not the atrium, but it's more of a giant hall than a room. No closed doors or anything, I wasn't aware. I felt the climbing center's doors open during my stay. I left the climbing center's doors open during my stay. And so it's not just a jazz club. We probably assumed the jazz club alone was soundproof because people perform in there. Now it has been revealed that Pandora was willingly in the spa lounge, relaxed and completely unaware of the music, presumably far before it started playing in the first place. And even when it did begin, we would have been undisturbed by it. She would have been undisturbed by it due to the soundproof quality of the spa. Just a minute. That means the motivational music had nothing to do with provoking someone to kill her. What? Echo, you have an idea of what provoked a person, don't you? You've had this look on your face since this afternoon. It's the note, isn't it? You've seen it before. In fact, you saw it before I brought it up with you and Art. Finally, talking about the note. Yes, I've seen it before. Pandora showed it to me last night. Pandora? But how did she see it? Lyle said it was announced. This was the announcement special gift from this morning. I lied about that. There was no special gift. If someone did show up, I was just going to call them a chump personally. I'm actually so perplexed as to where that came from. Although, maybe I shouldn't complain. The note has made things very interesting. What is this note you're all talking about? Remember that scrap of paper we saw in the pool? Yes, it was soaked beyond legibility. And that's the note we were talking about, namely a note to be kept in secrecy. So, Art is suspicious? I remember it said, if you recognize one of the symbols depicted, then you have finally found me and are safe. Please do not speak of this note's existence. Trust no one but yourself. It had two emblems on it, as the note references, and I saw one of those emblems on the shred of wet paper in the spa pool. Pandora, it was in possession of such a dangerous, suspicious thing. The culprit must have saw that she had the note on hand and threw it in the pool to destroy it, and destroyed it. And they were probably afraid of the ramifications of protecting the recipient and what effect it could have on the rest of us in the killing game. They probably thought that whoever is in possession of the note must be linked to the game itself. Then wouldn't the culprit be one of the few who knew of the note's existence? That's right, she reacted when Zero mentioned it. Say, you reacted when Zero mentioned the note earlier. Have you seen the note before? I've never seen it. I see. But how could that be? Lao said he saw Sei go into the pantry, and after she left, he saw the note. Before this trial, the ones who could have seen it were Sei, Lyle, Echo, and me, right? If the Atrium special gift was a lie, then what's with the secret note being in the pantry earlier this afternoon? I imagine Pandora herself must have left it there, seeing as she was utilizing the ingredients from the pantry to make breakfast this morning. She just left it there? And then why is there a similar note in the spa room? The spa pool. She couldn't have left it she couldn't have left it out of her possession if it's supposedly a note to be kept secret. Unless she was trying to destroy it in order to keep it secret. Wait a minute. Then are there two notes? But we still don't know where those notes came from in the first place. That's why I said check the pockets, but nobody did that. None of the random details are making any sense. I'm also having a hard time sorting all the relevant information. Indeed, it's becoming difficult to define what is truth and what happened when and why things are as they are. Can't we try to lay down a timeline of events? That could clear our heads and straighten things out, if anything. A timeline of events. Yes, I think that could help. I noticed a handful of discrepancies I could use clearing up. Perhaps I ought to take the events back to last night when Pandora showed me the secret note. The note seems to be the biggest complication. When did she show me the note? We were at our things, right? So 9? No, the lights are okay. 10, because that's when they dim. That's it. Yes, it was 10 p.m. I remember the lights started to dim during a conversation, indicating the start of nighttime. The following morning, which was earlier today, we can assume Pandora just must have been up earlier than anyone else and began preparing breakfast for us. The small group of us had breakfast and conversed about the force motive questions, which rang in at 7:30, because we were in there from 7:30 to 10. Or no, wait. 9? When were we in there? 7:30 to 8, right? No, okay. Fucking 9 a.m. That's right, yeah, okay. I forgot the hour. The force motive question announcement rang at 9. We briefly touched on the topic, but ultimately didn't feel any motivation to conduct any sort of killing, likely to the charging of the chagrin of the announcer. Afterwards, I had planned to go on to my room, but Art stopped me and we went around asking the other students about the question. We were occupied asking until around 4, I guess. Okay, 3. I am like misremembering things. But just before 3, Art and I ran into Lyle as he was going to his room. Well, he would be the last person who had possession of it, right? We talked to him a little about the question, but he had little to say about the matter. During our conversation, he brought to our attention the secret note, the same secret note Pandora had the night before. Lyle claimed that someone left a note in the pantry, and the person who was last in the pantry before him was Sei. That's it. Lyle claims he saw Sei scurry from the second floor atrium to the pantry back out again. After Lyle showed us the disarmed door and the secret note, Art and Lyle went off on their own and went to the study at 3 p.m. I went to the study at 3 p.m. While I was in the study, another announcement rang and started playing some sort of jarring motivational music that once again attempted to start the killing. That would have been 4. I recall the announcer saying the time. I ran out of the study in a panic, trying to find any of the other students. From the atrium, I saw a shadowy figure at the top of the stairs. I followed them, but lost track of them, which instead led me to discover Pandora's body. So yeah, Art is the suspect then. Because he said he was in the atrium. If only I was able to keep up with the shadowy figure, perhaps the trial would have been over sooner. But it's strange. I don't seem to add anything up despite how much we knew. Or rather, perhaps there was some other unforeseen force factored in that attributed to Pandora getting killed. There had to be something missing. I felt an uneasy anticipation tugging at me. Something willing me to continue the pursuit of whatever force causes this mess. I had to try. Uncovering the truth was more difficult than I thought, but Pandora would tell me not to give up. I had to try to narrow down where this strange factor's weak point was. And I thought about the scenario from the starting point of when the note was revealed, since it was a topic of contention. Perhaps I ought to think backwards from Pandora's death to see if there are any holes. Pandora was killed in the spa lounge, true. Yes, there weren't any signs of her body being moved. Before she was killed, what was Pandora's speculated state in the spa room? Relaxed? Just chillin', vibin'? We're able to assume she was relaxed in the spa lounge because the lounge is soundproof. We learned that the spa lounge has soundproof qualities. If Pandora was in there with the door closed, she would likely not have been disturbed. Wait a minute. When I first entered the lounge, I was initially under the impression that there was more motivational music playing within. Little did I know it was only playing because I had thrown the door open, ruining the soundproof quality of the room. However, someone noted that they were unaware of the music until they moved in from one area to the next. The fact is, the climbing center and jazz club were already occupied, and neither Cyrus nor Lyle claimed they were with company. This person could have left the only remaining room that shared the soundproof quality of the other two. Why was Pandora seemingly so relaxed in the spa? She was reclined and there weren't any signs of a struggle in the whole room. There must have been the obnoxious music playing in the spa too, so I doubt that she would have stayed. That's strange indeed. I certainly couldn't concentrate on the climbing grips once it started. The music was so annoying. I didn't know it was playing until I was outside. More importantly, Echo, did you bunk your head on or something? The spa lounge is soundproof. There it is. So, Art is the one who, the one that got out. By making a remark of the change between locations, the culprit could have only been in the spa lounge before the motivational music. By that logic, the culprit must have shared the room with the victim. Art must have died in the spa lounge with Pandora Art was in there, before the music even was in the room. Everyone, I think I have the full picture. What's with you? You're totally spaced out for a second. Be quiet, you. Uh-huh. Yes, ma'am. Echo, was there something we were missing? Yeah, I think something might have slipped right under us. We've been looking at this under the guise that the motivational music had everything to do with the murder. However, there is a discrepancy in that thinking. Pandora was never exposed to it, yet she wound up victim to the effects of it. As we discussed discovered, all the second floor rooms are soundproof from the outside noise when the doors is closed. Case in point, Cyrus leaving the climbing center door open and Lyle undisturbed in the jazz club. But then I noticed someone said something strange. They mentioned they weren't aware of the music either, that is, until they exited a presumably soundproof room. Neither Cyrus nor Lyle ever encountered anyone during their stay. So by process of elimination, the only room this person could have exited would be the spa lounge. I don't know if anyone else picked up on it, but I think I know who the culprit is. Art. Art, did you kill Pandora? Art? What? Hang on. That can't be. Please yield. Echo this thought of yours. It's awfully bold of you to point the finger at someone so conclusively. Well, it's the only shred of an idea, but... it's only a shred of an idea, but it's the only piece of that fits. If we put the timeline together beginning when Art and I separated at 3 p.m., it's not unreasonable to assume that this crime was conducted during a smaller window after Art and Lyle separated and before the motivational music. It's been stated... What? Hold on. It's been stated several times that Lyle was by himself in the jazz club, so given the circumstance... What? You're all just going to listen to that tiny impossible statement? Art, say something. Don't let them tell you what's what. It's nonsense. What? In fact, he was with me in the jazz club until 4. Yeah, that's right. Isn't that right? Lau, you must know that we are beyond the veil of smoke and mirrors at this point. What are you implying? It's far too late for you to defend him. If you two were together, it would have been mentioned ages ago. That shadow I saw at the top of the stairs. It must have been Art fleeing the spa lounge toward the atrium. He must not have known that there was distressing music playing outside the spa. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left slip that he noticed a shift in the music when leaving the spa after the fact. Lyle, please, think about the evidence in your head. As much as I hate to admit it, there's only one answer I can think about. Even though this is all speculative, and I want nothing more than not to believe in it, this is the only ammunition we have. Art, we're your friends, aren't we? Please, if we're wrong, just tell us we're wrong. If this is all untrue, we can put this debacle behind us. Echo, do you remember what I told you when you asked me about the forced motive question? Yeah. I recall you said you played golf. You liked playing golf, but you weren't expanded. You haven't expanded your interest outside of golfing. Yeah, it's because they would never let me. It was a terrible existence, being the ultimate golfer for them. All day I stand around in the sun, listening to jerks pitch false interest and crummy business ideas to each other. I'm not playing golf. I'm just there to look good while the suits are off playing corporate deception and back scratching. They made me hate golf. So that motive question, it made me think about what I was doing. I wasn't having fun anymore, you know? Even though I'm great at it, I'm the ultimate golfer. If that's the case, I don't feel like me anymore. It's weird. I've had more fun here, hanging out with everyone, not indulging my talent, even though it's the thing that landed me here in the first place. I kept thinking about that. I kept thinking about the FMQ, about how I hate this part of me that blessed me with an opportunity to hang out with all of you fun people. Before I knew it, I wandered into the spa for some peace and quiet. I thought no one was in there, but Pandora was in there, quiet as a mouse. I didn't even notice her until I sat right next to her. She was so nice. Good afternoon, Art. Care to join me? Sure thing. Are you alright? I didn't scare you, did I? Oh no, I just, didn't notice you when I came in. You know how it is, head is somewhere else and all. I see. Art, may I ask you something? What's up? I believe I heard about your influence a merger between yours and Lyle's school, am I correct? Yeah, that was a while ago. That's such an amazing accomplishment. I could only wish to achieve something half as grand as that. Oh, it's nothing. I hardly remember it yet, 'cause it probably wasn't him who did that deal. If you insist, it's nothing to sneeze at either. I'm sure the students of both schools have benefited greatly from the feat. Yeah, probably, but I wouldn't know. I only went there for a year before I was pulled out to focus on golfing. I have a private tutor to cover for the difference. Oh, that's quite a generous offer. I hope you can use your talents and position to help more people. I don't know if it's that big of a deal. I have faith in you, Art. In fact, I believe all of us have the opportunity to induce beneficial change like that if we're given the opportunity. Ultimate students, we have the power of passion and influence on our hands, just like them. I hope we all use it for the good of the future. I know we will. Yes, at last, I've finally found them. I don't know what to say. Power of passion? Influencing change isn't as rosy as she chalks it up to be. The only thing my talent ever got me was trapped. I used to golf all the time with my grandfather before he passed away. After that, I was taken in by some company who would take care of me, 3 square meals, and a comfortable place to live. I always played perfect games, perfect but boring. Day in and day out, it was the same thing. I thought I was there to show my skills, but every game was just an outside business conference. Eventually, I honed on my skills enough to hit a hole in one, no matter what. I played short games no one would even care to watch. But I aced it and they loved it. I whiffed it and they eat it up. At that point, they didn't care what I did. Using my talent for the good of the future? What about my future? I didn't want to stay with that group for the rest of my life. I thought escaping to the preservation project would finally... Oh. No, why is the internet dying? How long has it been dying? Okay, there we go. We're back. We are back. It was dying and then we are back. I thought escaping to the preservation project would finally free me from that imprisonment. But everything's all messed up. When Pandora closed her eyes, I felt a burning... She said she found them. Who was she talking about? It was obvious, right? I didn't know what to say. I just took the note that she had and threw it in the pool. I wanted to go away. Then, everything happened in slow motion. It was like my body had moved on its own. My head was ringing, my hands narrowed onto the towel on her shoulders, and everything was red. It was like there was fire in my head. When I heard her gasps, my arms went tense, and eventually... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lyle. I was just trying to have fun with you earlier. Huh? My good-for-nothing talent made me despise golf. I've never had fun with it since people discovered they could use me for their business deals. Running around with you, figuring out a puzzle was the most genuine fun I've had in a while. Thanks, Lyle. What the? No way. No way. This isn't real. You're just part of the fake game, right? You didn't kill anyone. You're an actor. Sorry. You're an actor. Tell me you're an actor and the whole story was a fake. Art, tell me this isn't real. It was miserable. Like all of us, Lyle was struggling to come to terms with the fact that Art, of all people... Lyle... Is this the truth? We have a shred of evidence to go with the confession. I don't know if I can point out a culprit based on such little proof. Missy, you can want to keep discussing even after his pietous confession? I'm able to have my doubts, am I not? I can't accept it. And I'm sure the rest of you are also having trouble just the same. Doubting is the only thing keeping me from fully realizing the weight of a lofty, impossible to swallow truth. If I can doubt, I can still cling to the possibility of Art not committing such a horrible crime. Missy, you're deluding yourself with false hope. Just like the unfortunately misguided Lyle. Such thinking is unsustainable. There's no need for doubt. Canon? I have definitive proof. Cannon? It was small, but it was unmistakable. Art was seated at the base of the atrium centerpiece globe with his head in his hands. The photo looked to be shot from the second floor entryway. That means the shadowy figure I saw was... That was me, following Art as he fled from the spa lounge. Huh? I was in the foyer, remember? So when I saw Art emerge from the spa lounge, I went to tail him, following him as far as the entrance to the atrium. Then I heard you shout for help and I did an about-face. Little did I know I would stumble upon the very thing he was running from. Pfft, what the heck is this? Cannon sure is a weird photographer. So, does that settle your doubt, Missy? But why wait to reveal such a damning evidence? You think I want his blood on my hands? If I present this photograph, we'd know the culprit for certain thanks to me. Because I'm always unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the right time. And I don't want to bear the weight on my conscience. I know it's selfish, but take it or leave it. Then, I suppose it's settled. If we can agree this is unquestionably the truth, there is no room for doubt. It seems you've all come to the consensus. In that case, it's voting time. This is the final phase of the class trial vote for who you think is the culprit. After all the jabbering, you'd better have a solid answer. Don't let any of that sentimental doubt or faith or whatever keep you from saving yourselves. It's voting time. It'd be funny if we just picked somebody else. Where's Art? Okay, it's this one, right? You can't even pick anybody else. Just Art? Right there. Only choice. Guilty. Forgot I could do that. And we have a winner! The culprit responsible for the murder of Pandora Esper is none other than the ultimate golfer Arturo Campapiano. Oof, took long enough. Let's try to do better next time, alright? But for now, it's time for the grand finale. You've reached your exciting destination and at the end of your first class trial. The destination being punishment time. What's the punishment then, Death? Punishment time? Well, yeah. Eye for an eye, right? He was caught. Too bad. Recap Rule 5. To expedite the procedure toward the ultimate prize, one must kill a fellow student without getting caught. Oh, but what happens when they do get caught? Recap trial rules. Determine a vote correctly, and the culprit alone will receive proper retribution and perish at the hands of your group decision. It's bizarre. If it weren't for Echo's conveniently specific memory and Cannon's terrible luck pulling her in to witness him, Art might have gotten away. Do you have anything to say for yourself, Arturo Campapiano? This is what the Preservation Project wanted, isn't it? To kill and live on, to prove your strength above other ultimates. What? You think you're going to live on? Whoops. You clearly don't have the emotional constitution to carry people's future. What? No. You let your fears and anxiety eat at you until you broke. Stop. Why, I'm shocked Pandora didn't live. Please. She lost to you, a weak, vulnerable, pathetic. I couldn't bear to hear it anymore. That's enough. A silvery voice rose from somewhere else in the room. That voice, it was the other announcer. The voice that welcomed us to this place was here? Zero, stop this at once. Oh, you. I believe I got rid of you, but you still came back. So weird. Aha, see what I did there, Eve? Eve? The students revealed the culprit. Was that not sufficiently entertaining enough for you? Yeah, they sure didn't do their thing, but geez, did they take a while. Alright, fine. His face was just so rich with despair. I couldn't help it. It was fun for you too, right? Stop this. Fine. I'll get on with it. Goodbye, Arturo Campapiano, the ultimate golfer. Your execution awaits, and so it goes. Zero's hologram warped out and a huge rumbling sound tore through the room. Something was coming. The courtroom floor rumbled beneath us. One of the trial's grounds walls slid open, revealing a dark pit beyond the walls. From within, a golf cart came shrieking out, drifting and encircling our stands to stop squarely behind Art. Mechanized arms swept Art off his feet, pulling him into the cart that hardly stopped for a second before peeling back into the darkness that it came from. Art became sequestered from us. All we could do was watch in horror as his fate projected on a screen in the middle of the trial grounds. Art was tossed unceremoniously into what appeared to be a sand bunker in the middle of a giant miniature golf course. In a daze, he rose coughing up at sand and meeting the gaze of a Kit's bear statue holding a raced driver. The bear twitched, its metal body groaned warily as the arms shook to life. A swing tunneled through the air. Art gasped. And, execution by extreme hazard. That's one way to put it. Phew, that was worth the wait, I think. And it's funny. He hated golf, but little did he know all those business deals he sat in on. Those deals were the ones that brought in funding for the Preservation Project, the very thing he wanted to escape to. He thought he could fly away, but it turns out that his influence was inescapable. Life sure is cruel, isn't it? It was horrifying. A disgusting display mocking Art's ultimate title ended his life. He hated his talent, and in his last moments, it was all he saw. We all stood completely and utterly shocked. No one said a word. No one moved a muscle. And an unmistakable sinking feeling froze us over. Despair. In return for entertaining me, how about I answer one question that's been drilling into your minds? Where are we? This isn't the preservation project at all, is it? Oh no, I said one question only. Our beloved courtroom resident in the Monokuma superstructure? Remember those earthquakes? Those aren't going to bother us thanks to civil engineering. The wonders of modern and technology never cease, huh? So cool. I hope that satisfied your curiosity. It most certainly did not, you cat. Zero. The silvery voice spoke once more. You are a reaper of despair. Whatever you do ends in futility and provides no benefit to anyone. No benefit to anyone except you and your horrible Schadenfreude. German words. Schadenfreude? I think that's like the enjoyment of people suffering, probably. Do not think for a moment you've won. I will come back. I will continue to fight back, even after all you've done to me. Even what you've done to me. A silver of light remains. Echo Pine. Huh? You've received the title of Ultimate Memory. Memory? What is that? We have a tactician, photographer, and silly puzzle master. Good memory for their skills is already required. What do you think? What do you think? I won't even humor you with this one. The talent isn't even comparable to something remotely useful, ultimate analytical prowess like that one pathetic girl. Come on, you've really given up trying, haven't you? Nah, it's no fun having any competition. It's no fun having any competition. Fine. You think that will give these people hope? NP6, your queen is in trouble. I have little information neither you nor the students will like. Sirius Zurich is someone to be wary of. Well, I sort of have suspicions about that. He isn't who he says he is. He's not a normal ultimate student like the rest of you. He's much more involved in this game than you think. Ultimate charisma is a terrible cover talent. I fucking knew it. You're all truly clueless if you believe that. Zero, stop. You've meddled enough. What, and you haven't? I've been given this power for a reason, you know, and I'm going to use it as I please. This isn't the answer. Whatever, courtroom is closed. These losers can marinate in the despair for a night. But tomorrow, we'll get it going again. Zero. Shut up. I'm tired of your poor, useless attempts at creating hope. You will never win. You are a failure. With that odd display, the two holograms cut out. And honestly, I think that'll be all for today. That was quite the ride, huh? Holy moly. Well, we're down to 6 people from the 10, and we were given a title, as in, Echo was given a title. So anyhow, I bid thee farewell, my kindred. I hope you all have a great rest of your mornings, afternoons, evenings, and nights, wherever and whenever you are. May the gods bless you. May the stars shine in your honor. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.